It also provides a calibration signal for the transmitter board. And the transmitter board is another common part. It's an SI 5351. It's actually a digital clock. It's a square wave generator, programmable square wave generator. And it's available for $8 on Amazon. The GPS device is available for $9 on Amazon, one off. If you look around, you can get small quantities down to 6. So if you're making one, you got a total cost of about $30 for the tracker. If you're making several of them, you might be able to get it down to $20. Well, you also will need a way to get the software from your computer onto the Arduino. Since there's no USB device, you'll need a USB to serial converter, and those are like $13. So when I started out, the competition was $100, but you'll be hearing about another one that has come up that's really nice for $60. So you have to go and do your own cost-benefit analysis. If you're only going to do one off, you may want to look at something else. But this is very simple. If you even just want a whisper transmitter to hang out your window and don't worry about the lightning hitting it, here's something you can do. Okay, there's just a few wires, nothing complex. But if the focus is students, you need to provide a lot more. Okay, they're relatively new to this technology. So what I've done is I provided a lot of additional documentation. Okay, it goes through step by step on how to get the software down from a computer onto a board, how to hook up the serial to USB device, and it goes through it in steps. Okay, it's not just wire it all together, see if it smokes. It's first of all, you download the software, make sure the software downloaded properly. Then you connect up to SI 5351 and make sure that's working properly. And you're able to debug it right then. So you go on to the next step and you know everything's working. The last step you put on the GPS device and you're pretty sure at the end you've got something that's going to work. So a 25-page document to put together 3 parts. It's pretty extensive. There's lots and lots of figures, lots and lots of diagrams. It's more like it's a Heathkit kind of thing. Cut a wire, put it here, connect it here. And this 25-page document is available on my website. If you're new to pico ballooning, I've tried to put everything here to bring you up from 0 to flying a balloon. There's also a groups.io group that's really helpful as well. But you can start here and use the information there to get going and understand how we actually do things. Okay, when you're done, you'll have a tracker that weighs 7.6 grams. Nickel weighs 5 grams, so it's pretty light. It's not as light as something that's a custom board with surface mount devices on it, but it works and it's simple. And this is what it looks like when it's together. You've got the tracker board, the computer board. You can see the GPS device up there and the SI 5351 board. Those wires that you see coming off to the side, that's for just loading the software. Those get clipped off before you fly it. And what I typically do, is just hang this down below the solar panel, underneath the solar panel, and just fly it. You don't have to put it into any kind of a box or anything. The temperatures get very low, but these things work incredibly. Okay, it works. Okay, I got into this thing around 2019 when I retired. I've flown 6 times with this system, versions of this system. It's worked every time. So it's hard to argue with something that works. Now, the early flights were not very successful. They were pretty short. And that's because a few years ago, we only had these really not very good Chinese balloons or qual latex balloons. And they go up, they pop. You have all kinds of problems. But in the last couple of years, we came up with these Yokohama balloons, or I use SAG balloons. I'm very cost conscious. Yokohama balloons, you'll have to buy 200 or buy one for $30 from Bill. The SAG balloons, you get them online. They're like $23 with shipping, and you buy them one off. So I use those. And they're silver balloons, so they reflect radar really well. So, So, so this flight up in the upper right-hand corner, that was 3 times around the world. I sent that up last July. It was up for 60 days. It went within 8 degrees of the North Pole, and then it was came down in a storm over Siberia. The one down in the lower left-hand corner went around the world 6 3/4 times, and it's the one that Bill was mentioning that last was heard of off the coast of Alaska. Now, there's a little bit more information that Bill didn't mention. Since it was over Canada, President Biden had to call President Trudeau to get permission for the jet airplanes to fly over. The United States sent up 2 jet airplanes and a refueling plane. Canada sent up 2 airplanes and the Canadian Mounted Police. So then I would love to be a fly on the wall when they told Biden that it was sent up by a 73-year-old grandpa. Okay, so the last requirement that I had was, is this extensible? You know, can you integrate additional sensors into this? And it's been proven. Stephen Rector, NU7B, has designed and built a very miniature gamma ray detector, and he's flown a couple of these integrated with my tracker. Now, it's more than just getting the data, because you have to get the data and get it into the Whisper format. Okay, since many of you don't know what's going on here, we use Whisper messages. You know, they go for thousands and thousands of miles, okay? They have a standard format, call sign, 4-character grid square, and an indicator of the power, okay? And ballooners co-opt this format, and we have a standard telemetry message that follows the first message. The first message identifies us. Second message gives us additional data. And this is a call sign. It's a fictitious call sign for a country that doesn't exist. It's not assigned to anybody. But we encode the data into this type of message. Now, a typical character is 8 bits. This entire message is only 25 bits long. Everything there is 25 bits long. So there's certain requirements for each of the bits on this. So like the first 2 can be either a number or a letter. So you have 36 potential values. The third position is always a number, so you have 10 values. The next 3 can only be a letter, so you have 26 potential values. So in the standard telemetry message, we co-opt that, and we have in there, believe it or not, the voltage of the solar panel, the temperature, 2 digits to extend out the position to a 6-character, and we have a fine altitude, so we can tell within about 60 meters how high our balloon is. Okay, so to incorporate an additional sensor, you have to get your data into that format. Okay, so after with 50 years of software development experience, I tried to make this very simple. There's no object-oriented programming; it's just straight C code, and I've divided the problem into separate sections, separate modules. So there's one module, custom sensors.h. All it does is interface with the sensor, get the data, and store the data. Then there's utility routines in this file that gives you different ways to combine your data and mix your data together into that funny format. Then there's another place where you go in a file that formats the characters into the cracked string, and then you put that in the final location, which waits for the proper time and sends out the message. And there's example codes in each of these so that somebody can go through and integrate something new. Okay. Now, people have tried this before, and many of them tried it. Bill's tried this, and people have said, first thing they say is, well, you know, these things drift. Well, you're right. They don't have a temperature-controlled oscillator on them. They have a temperature-compensated oscillator. And I probably don't get as many spots as a custom board, but it works. It works fine. I have had problems with one tracker. It had a plastic case on the crystal, but I've never had any problems with ones that have had metal cases on the crystal. I've tried ones that have been $5, $10, $12. They've all worked as long as they've had a metal case. These are two manufacturers. They're both on Amazon. They're pretty good, and I could recommend those two manufacturers. Okay, what's next? Well, my next version is going to replace that Pro Mini board with something else. It's a Arduino. It has actually a USB Type-C connection on it, so it makes things even simpler. It weighs about the same. It costs about the same. So we'll see how well it works. I ported the software, but we need to do some actual balloon testing to see if it'll take the temperature. The other thing I want to look at is using a different kind of version of the SI5351B, and this will provide another functionality which potentially, in addition to Whisper, I could also maybe put on APRS, so that when you're over the United States or over Europe, you could download a lot more data. Okay, so this is my website. It's sites.google.com/view/picoballoons by K9YO. And that's where all the information that I know is there that can help you out. If you ever want to build this, if you want my help, this is my email address. And please feel free to call me. I'd be very happy to help you through anything, especially if you're working with kids, you know, even if you're not. I'm very willing to help. Okay, any questions? Yeah.
The clock generator.
Yes.
That puts out a square wave. Do you do any filtering, or do you live with the harmonics?
That's a very good question. It's a square wave generator, so you do get harmonics. Most of the energy is in the third harmonic, so it's pretty high frequency. And we're talking about microwatts, so we don't worry about it. Now, some of the trackers do have filters on it, but I don't. Okay. That's a good question. We're not sure. I know for satellites, the satellite owner has liability. You know, if it comes down, if a piece of a satellite comes down on something that damages it, they have liability. I would suspect that this is the same, maybe. Yeah, wait.
I will add to that. Some homeowners' policies will cover that if there's any mishap.
We can't hear you.
Okay. The question was, will insurance cover you? Is there any liability? And potentially there is. And Bill is saying that some homeowners' policies will cover you for that. Yes?
We're going to launch a balloon at a university in Canada as part of our Yoda Campus Summer. And so we've got all the legal peoples at the university concerned about this. A couple of questions. One is, what kind of launch space do you need with a 2 cubic foot balloon?
Depends on the wind. That's it. Depends on the wind. If it's a nice calm day, you don't need much at all. Okay.
My understanding was that we needed to be below a certain miles per hour to launch. Can you launch in a 60-mile-an-hour wind?
No, no. These things are very light, and they have very little lift. So if you have any wind at all, it's going to go straight out. Okay. There is also our club actually has a 30-foot pole. We lift the balloon up, and it goes off the 30-foot pole, so we can launch in a lot of different winds. So that's an idea.
I recommend about 100 feet of clearance for every 1 knot above 5 knots. So if it's like a 20-knot wind, make sure you have a 1,000-foot runway clear of trees, which we did once. We launched one of these in a 20-knot wind at a small airport and went right down and took all that 1,000 feet. But yes, you can do it. We're actually going to launch 2 pico balloons right after the forum. We had to inflate them first. We're going to be right, you know where that single engine ice cream thing is? We're going to inflate in the little room behind there and bring them out to the food court and launch them. So right around 1:30, we'll probably have them ready. But it's above the wind limit today here. It's about 10-knot winds. And last time we did that, we ended up in the web antenna that the flycatcher. We hit the main W8BI antenna, the hex beam, and it was just like a spider web. But it fell out, hit a power line, and then went all the way to Japan. So we'll see. It's always an adventure here.
Yes? You had a question? Yeah. If you go to my website, I have a video of how I do it. There's various ways. Basically, you calculate how much lift you need plus 8 grams of lift. And as you fill it, you measure how much the lift is, and you either add more or extract some in order to get the right lift. And is that how you do it?
Yeah, you can buy a digital scale that's good for 200 grams, and I use the American weigh scale, weigh gram, I think, weigh gram 100 or what, 200? Yes, the weigh gram 200, 220. WG 220, that's what it is. It's a $13 scale, really nice. I'll be using it today. And you put a little weight with a hook on it, a 50-gram weight, and you tear that to 0, and you put the balloon on it, and then you can see as a negative number what it's lifting. So you want to lift the free lift, which is the excess lift beyond your payload weight. So you take your payload weight, which is everything that hangs below the balloon, the string, the tape, the payload, antenna wires, everything, and you add 7 or 8 grams. I've been using 7 grams, but 8 works well too. 8's kind of at the upper, much beyond 8, you run into some issues, and I'll have a slide that shows you the optimal lift range, but that's how you do it. You just get that total lift, hook on your payload, and let it go.
How do they get reassembled so you know that these extra packets that don't follow the normal format go with this particular balloon?
In my particular system, and he's using a similar telemetry system for the first 2 messages, he's using my method of encoding. We use grid square matching, and it follows the very next sequence. So if it's the primary one is at the 0-minute mark, the first telemetry is at 2 minutes, and you do the second one at 4 minutes, and the actual frequency will be the same. But you don't touch the grid square on your telemetry, do you?
No.
See.
Just repeat it, just like you repeat it.
Yeah, so the 4-digit grid square remains the same in our system. Now, U4B's QRP lab, they use the grid square for actual telemetry, but there you look at the actual frequency of the transmissions, and then you can match it that way.
You put up a balloon, you don't know where it's going to go. Balloon flies over Russia. We don't have reciprocal ops with Russia. It's transmitting on my call sign.
We have geofencing.
How do you handle illegalities?
Geofencing. You don't transmit over those regions.
Okay, flies over Spain.
Talking about FAA international rules?
I'm talking about international regulations.
Right.
If I'm in Spain, I've got to sign EA SLAM.
Oh,
With the balloon, with the geofencing, it's my understanding, someone applies to North Korea and
we can do it anywhere, a country.
you have to do it everywhere. I'm saying
Right.
a balloon flying over a country.
There are some people that do put on the actual 2-digit identifier, but we find that since the grid square is there, that kind of does the same thing.
I'm just concerned about the legality of transmitting with my call sign.
Right.
over a territory with which we
Now, depending on the new regulations coming out, I may have to put a geofence around all terrain, all countries, and only fly in South America. We basically have had no problems, but since it does show the grid square in the position of overflying countries, I've had no complaints for that. And over those regions that don't allow it, we draw a map on the code. Basically, the simplest way of doing that is to take the 4-digit grid squares around that country. It's a little blocky to do it that way, but it's the easiest. And if it's within one of those grid squares that cover that country, don't transmit. Yes.
When the balloon's at maximum altitude, how does the direct sunlight come into play along with the cold temperatures?
We actually get an improvement in efficiency due to the cold temperatures, and if you're running like 4.5 volts on the ground, you could be over 5 volts. I mean, theoretically, it would be 0.7 to 0.8 volts higher efficiency at those temperatures because you're at minus 40 to minus 50 degrees. But in reality, there's some self-heating, so I see about a 0.5 volt increase. So if you're running certain trackers that have a maximum voltage limit on their regulator, you'll have to make sure that you don't exceed that. So you have to calculate that in on the ground. Just make sure if it's rating 4.5 volts, you might, and it's a 5 volt max on the regulator, you might have some issues there. So just use fewer solar cells. Any other questions? Yeah.
When you're doing high altitude and lands on private property, if you describe a typical procedure.
There are mapping programs, particularly for hunters, that'll tell you the property owner, and you can go right to that site. And I either, if I can't reach them through that site, I'll know their name of the landowner. I talk to neighbors, I talk to them, and get permission before you go out, because once we landed on a private hunting reserve in Texas, and we could see it just hanging there, but we went and found out who owned it because the guy that came out to greet us had a rifle in the back of his all-terrain vehicle, and he was so good with that rifle, he says, I can shoot that down, it's 100 feet up. Took him one shot, and he severed the line, and it came dropping down.
Severed the line.
So, yeah, get permission first. Any more for Ken? Any questions more for Ken? Thank you, Ken. All right, go ahead.
I was just curious, was the balloon that was shot down, was that helium or hydrogen? It was helium.
And it was this silver balloon. It was the SAG balloon, they call it. Where did you get that, Ken? Balloons Online. That's one source. All right. With that, I'm going to just go around the room here while I prep the next talk. And let's start. Any balloon groups would like to get up. Nick, would you like to come up and say a few words first? And then we'll have a few of the balloon groups introduce themselves. Nick's doing an interesting project with Bob Twiggs, who is one of the founders of the CubeSat standard.
Well, Bob Twiggs and I are starting now at the 6th grade level.
I don't know. Here, Nick, you probably want the microphone here. I can hand it down to you. Here, let me just hand it down to you.
Bob Twiggs and I, Bob is the co-inventor of the CubeSat format. And we're now at the grade schools at the 6th grade level, and we're going to start to fly party balloons. Our basic package kind of has got a shell just like he showed. Weighs about 4 ounces. We're going to try to, just go up about an hour and cut it down, let the kids play with it, and add sensors. One of the other things we just found out is Adafruit AI has a back-end server. So we're going to tether our balloons. We're going to hook our balloons up to a small smartphone, and you guys, the whole class, can browse into it with a web browser. So if you guys want to contribute and help us think about how to get grade schools, we'd sure like to hear from you. Thank you.
Okay. And Nick, where is that going to be from?
We're going to be in Austin, around the time of Great Plains.
And that's a YOTA Youth on the Air conference, right?
Well, what it is they're training about 10 girls. they're training about 10 girls to go fly on the Vomit Comet. One of the teachers is Ms. Poor out of who's got a lot of kids flying and putting satellites up. So we'll try to publish that, and we'd like to hear from you guys, especially if you have ideas how to excite kids.
All right, great, thanks. Just real quick, who would like to talk about their balloon? Just quickly tell me what your balloon group is, how many flights you've done, and where you're at. I'll start over here. Anybody? Yes?
Jim Langstead, KC0RPS, Head of Space Sciences in Denver. We're up to flight number 334 now. We fly about a dozen latex balloons per year for university programs and high schools and middle school STEM programs.
Excellent. They have a big program there in Colorado. Anybody else? Yes.
Kevin Reed with the Bridgeland Amateur Radio Club. We've been doing it with youth, ages 11 through 17. We've done a couple this last year under an ARDC grant. We've got our payload over at their booth if you want to see our control board.
At the ARDC booth.
At the ARDC booth. I just want to say, if anybody's flying the QRP labs, one, I'd like to talk to them or has experience with it. We didn't fly it on our last one a couple of weeks ago because we couldn't get consistent packets, APRS, but if anybody's got any experience, I'd love to talk to them.
Well, Hans will be here after this talk of QRP Labs. So he's going to talk about the U4B. And I've had some experience. I've got one flying around Antarctica right now. So, okay, I'm going to talk about any other balloon groups over here in the back. Yes?
Question, how do you find a balloon group and where you live?
Come to our Super Launch Conference. Now, there's a reflector, GPSL, at groups.io, and that stands for the Great Plains Super Launch. That's a great place to learn about what's going on in GPSL, stands for Great Plains Super Launch. And there's another great resource called Pico Balloons at, I believe it's Pico Balloons. It might be just Pico Balloon at groups.io. And they talk specifically about these small Pico balloons. Any other groups? Okay. Yes. All right. I'm going to talk about a fascinating project that one of the students I work with at University of Alabama, Huntsville, he got a grant to fly Pico balloons, ham radio balloons from Antarctica, from the German Neumayer station, which is on the coast, northern coast of Antarctica. Now, Todd, there he is out there with the penguins. It's Todd McKinney, KN4TPG. He's from South Carolina. He's a student, graduate student at University of Alabama, Huntsville in atmospheric sciences. And I've been helping him fly a lot of these Pico balloons around the world. He got his bachelor's degree in earth sciences and launching balloons since high school. In fact, these balloons are what got him interested in atmospheric science. Ham radio balloons got him interested in that field to begin with. So they do all kinds of neat balloon launches with cameras. They have a Space Hardware Club where they go and give talks and launches for schools and for the students. They have, I think, in excess of 100 members. They do rockets, all kinds of neat stuff. He's involved in, this is one of the severe weather tracking vehicles. It's called Rocket, and it's like Space Command inside of there. It's just an amazing multi-million-dollar vehicle. And they can bring tanks of helium and hydrogen and launch balloons and hold it right in there. They've launched balloons in hurricanes. They launched an APRS balloon in 80-mile-an-hour winds in the eye of a hurricane, through the eye of a hurricane. They do actual directional control, and it's called High-Altitude Visual Orientation Control, HAVOC. And they do Perils, which is studying the storms. They launched high-altitude balloons right into thunderstorms and tornadoes and severe weather. So it gets a little dicey. You can see how close the lightning is to their launch vehicle. So there's a diagram showing what a typical weather balloon looks like versus one of these pico balloons. So there's a big size difference. And that's actually a small weather balloon on the left. So a typical weather balloon, as I mentioned earlier, goes up, bursts, parachute comes out, comes back. It's about a 2.5-hour mission, 2 to 3 hours. Whereas these super pressure balloons, they go up to a certain altitude, typically around 40,000 to 50,000 feet. They level off and they stay there for days, weeks, and months, and sometimes over a year. So he came to UAH, did some dorm room balloon launches, did a proof of concept flight, and it went completely around the world on his first flight. And that was a 20-meter Whisper tracker using one of my Sky Trackers. And there's a picture of the Sky Tracker that he used for that. It puts out about 20 milliwatts on 20 meters. So the neat thing about Whisper, there's whispernet.org, shows you all the stations that are receiving it. And I wrote a Python script to grab the data from the WhisperNet database, decode the telemetry in the format that Ken and I talked about, and then reformat it to APRS and sends it directly to the APRS server. So it shows up on the tracking maps on APRS FI. And there's a new website called amateur.sondhub.org. And that replaced the tracker.habhub.org. That server went away. And now a group from Australia is coming up with this new balloon, ham radio balloon website. So either of those will track it like an APRS object. And we get all kinds of reception. I mean, sometimes I've seen reception with a 10 or 20 milliwatt Whisper transmitter on the exact antipodal other side of the world. It's amazing what you can do with Whisper. So here's a typical flight. He did a series of flights doing atmospheric studies to see. He was working with NOAA to refine their wind prediction sites because they don't have this kind of real-time data. They have wind models and satellite data. But using our ham radio payloads, they are able to refine their wind models. So he actually got, these are some of the amazing flights that went around the world multiple times, and one of them went over 6 or 7 times around the world. And all total, he did 16 circumnavigating flights and collecting all kinds of data for his study, his internship at NOAA. And here's some graphs showing the kind of data they were getting. And they actually, it was interesting to see how the height varied with humidity. Humidity is very rare at that altitude, but there are instances where the storms are high enough that it causes some issues. And it does affect your altitude to some degree. So he got an internship with NOAA, and he's comparing actual flight data versus the predicted, and they can refine their wind models. There's certain parts of the world where they have very little wind data, like the Himalayas, for example, and we're flying over that region. It takes about 2 weeks to a month to go completely around the world, depending on the time of year. So they gained very valuable modeling skills, and NOAA got very valuable data. And that's, by the way, how we are legally allowed to overfly countries, at least for the time being. We use our balloons for meteorological purposes, and there's a clause in the international regulations that allow overflight of countries for weather studies. Yep. I'm sure they've got some push-pin fighter jets now, too. So he wrote an article about circumnavigating ham radio balloons in the Journal of American Meteorological Society and applied for a grant to the Neumayer station. He noticed Neumayer because you've seen it on Whisper. DP0GVN. It's right off the northern coast of Antarctica there. They have a big study for propagation going on using that whisper station in Antarctica. So he noticed that we were being received clear in Antarctica from our balloons that were flying around the northern hemisphere. And so he contacted them, and in fact there's a whole article about the whisper propagation experiment going on at that station. And now they have an APRS one too. So he reached out, demonstrated how his project could support their goals, and how it'd be a low-cost, high-reward system, and he got a grant. So how do these balloons behave in the Antarctic climate? Will the 20-meter whisper transmitter offer propagation throughout the entire summer? In fact, at some point, these flew very close to the South Pole, and they work 24 hours a day, and they're totally solar-powered. And how do the trajectories work in that region? So he got a grant. Cost $20,000 to go down there just for the air flight. I tell him I wanted to go, but he said $20,000. I thought long and hard about it, but I wanted to buy a new pickup truck, so it was one of the two. This is our balloon test setup for the Yokohama balloons. You want to pressurize them to about 0.3 to 0.4 psi and hold them there for a little while, just to stretch the seams before you launch them into the cold temperatures, because they don't like to stretch from ground level. We tried it and they'll pop. But if you do this, they'll stay up for weeks, months, or possibly years. And so he's got a whole lab set up. He actually pumped one up to 0.7 psi where they actually did burst. So the sweet spot that he liked was right around, and he's got a chart here, between 6 and 8 grams of free lift seems to be the sweet spot where you're at the low risk. So high probability of success is what this chart. You can go higher, you can go up to 10 grams, but you're really getting risky. But they will perform very well if you can manage to get them to get afloat at that kind of lift. And anything below about 5, 6 or 5, you may not have enough overpressure at night to stay aloft, because you want the volume to be the same night and day and have to count for the solar influences. So he launched 8 of these balloons. Everything was brought in his hand luggage. That's the advantage of these Pico balloons. Everything's so small. And with that, that's a typical NASA big balloon they've launched from Antarctica. That wouldn't have fit in his hand luggage. And that's like $1 million balloon there. That's a humongous thing. That weighs 4,000 pounds just for the balloon envelope. So getting there was a multi-day, took him a week. You had to go through Europe and then Cape Town, land at a way station in Antarctica, and take a little jumper plane over to the Neumayer station. And here's his trip over Antarctica from the way station to get the big jetliners on the upper right, and then there's his jumper plane on the right, to the bottom right, to go over to the Neumayer station. And there's the Neumayer station. Ice and snow as far as you can see. It's on a glacier. There's a lot of penguins nearby. They're not far from the coastline. And they're up on stilts because that ice sheet grows every season. So they have to make sure that the snow doesn't completely cover them up. He wanted to try and keep things below 10 knots. You think the winds are high here in Ohio. Antarctica, that's a calm day for 10 knots. And no clouds. It was also cloudy there a lot too. But he was there for a whole month, from the middle of November to the middle of December. So he did a high split Twitter and did an automated script that told him when there was a good day to fly and a bad day to fly. So these are some of the initial things he did with that automated script. And there's an unsafe thing because look at the rainfall on the chart on the bottom middle, bad storms. That one shows no storms. So you have to actually look about a week in advance to see where it's going to go to really get the optimal flight time. So that's what it's like to launch a balloon in Antarctica. He said it never got above freezing. It's typically right around 10 to 20 degrees with a wind. But there's no trees, so that's the saving grace. But you can see the balloon there. There he is getting ready to launch. And that was probably one of his calmest launches. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Let's see if I can bring it back up again. It didn't like that video, apparently. Dave or Hans, are you with us yet? Well, Dave and Hans are supposed to show up pretty shortly. I know their booth has been inundated. They're at booth 2602, I believe. Okay. It's a big PowerPoint file. It's like 700 megs. All right, let's run down. So they went around the world multiple times. They launched 8 of them, and here's the charts. This is 3 of the flights that were, this is the data for 2 months. And you see they mostly stayed pretty close to Antarctica. A couple of them went right over the South Pole. And then one flight went way up, almost to the equator after being launched from the South Pole. It was really wild. And so I'll be ready in just a second here. We have Hans, G0 UPL from QRP Labs here coming up next. And so this has been a wild success. One of them is still flying out of the 8. It's actually using U4B on 10 meters. And we're getting propagation all over. There's a map of the Whisper map. You can see we've got, oh geez. I didn't want to do that. So we got Whisper data all over the world, launched from Antarctica. So any questions about the Antarctica flight? Yes. Oh, okay. Anybody else? Yes. I try to put about 3 foot line from the balloon to a swivel, and then the antenna just hangs below that, and it's a vertical dipole. So on 10 meters, it's 8.5 feet up, 8.5 feet down, and the top element just hooks up to a swivel hook. So about 3 foot from the balloon, and then HF antenna fed in the middle by the tracker. On 20 meters, of course, it's 17 feet, 1 inches on either end. So 10 meters is a lot easier to fly. So with that, I'm going to bring up the QRP website here. But just to that'll give you an example of all the cool stuff you can do in Antarctica around the world, just with ham radio balloons. So let's bring up the website. I'll make sure we can bring up qrp-labs.com. There we go. Let me introduce Hans Sommer, G0 UPL. I think the steps are over here, Hans, from QRP Labs.
I think I might be a bit bigger than you, Bill. So I apologize for not having a good set of slides to show you. I've been working very hard for the last few months on a new product launch called QMX, which is a combination of our QCX Mini CW transceiver and QDX digital transceiver. So we've just literally released that last night, and it's been a very, very hectic 4 months to get that organized. So this is the U4B balloon tracker, which is the QRP Labs balloon tracking product. So I'm just going to basically show you through some stuff on the website about this tracker and explain something about it, and then we can have some questions. Bill, how long do I have? How long do you want me to?
About
15 minutes. Okay, great. It'll be perfect. All right. Thank you.
with some time for questions.
So I actually have one here to look at, and it's exactly similar to the one you see here on the screen, but we're now using a bigger USB-B connector that's more reliable. This upper tag that you see here with the USB connector on is something that you snap off before flight. And when you snap it off, it gives about 1.8 grams payload weight. So this is, we sell this for $56, which is, I think, the cheapest tracker product available, and the lightest tracker product available. And this is designed to use Whisper for tracking. So it encodes the altitude, the 5th and 6th Maidenhead grid subsquare location, and the battery voltage and the temperature into a second Whisper packet, which is transmitted after the normal Whisper packet. There's also a tracking solution on the web page, which I can show you here. Oh, I don't know why that's not coming out. It's because it's HTTPS. We need to change that to HTTP. So on this page, you can set up your flight in your shop account on the QRP Labs shop, and the channel number that the flight operates on, and you get a page in this listing on this page. So an example of a flight, this was my daughter's science school project, and we did this a couple of weeks ago. I live in southwest Turkey, and so you can see we launched it. It flew from southwest Turkey here. It flew across Cyprus, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan. 3 days it flew for, and it landed on some Afghanistan mountain somewhere. Lots of nice places, you know, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, a couple of nice holiday destinations for it to fly over. And so there's this tracking page, and which is sort of end-to-end solution, so that if you don't want to do anything else, you've got a complete tracking solution ready to go. We use for our flights the very cheap glass panels from China. They were size 39 millimeters by 19 millimeters. And we just use 6 of those connected in series to power the unit. It's actually the first flight I've ever done. And Dave, VE3KCL, did all the test flights. We spent 8 years developing this product, and Dave, VE3KCL, did all the test flights, and I was just sitting there developing the PCB layouts, the firmware, the tracking, the software, the protocols, and he was doing all the actual hard work of balloon flights. So it was a whole new thing for me, trying to do this balloon flight, find helium, and being a school science project, we were there at the science fair in this school yard, which was like 50 yards long and with power lines on both sides, and a school building on the third side, and a 10-foot tennis court fence on the fourth side, or 15-foot or whatever. And wind, hundreds of screaming kids rolling all over everywhere. And so it was the worst possible environment that you could imagine to launch a balloon from. And I had absolutely zero confidence we would manage it, but at the moment we wanted to launch, magic occurred, and the wind just dropped to 0. And she started a countdown. All her friends, they wanted to do this countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. We got to 0, and she's like, she froze. She froze, you know, the great moment had finally come to let go, and she froze. I said, Denise, let go, let go. So she finally let go, and it just went up like a rocket, straight like a rocket. But that is not how you do things, right, Bill? You've done a lot of this stuff. That's not how you do it. You need a big space. Anyway, a bit more about the U4B. It's supposed to be easy to use, so it's supposed to be ready to go, and we found it very easy to use. You know, we literally just connected the solar panel that we had made. It's got the GPS on board. For a GPS antenna, we just twisted together some number 28 wire, So we just twisted together the wire, very tightly twisted for about 1 inch as a 50 ohm feed line, and then 45 millimeter legs, so you make a little dipole. So the antenna is easy, and for a 20 meter antenna, we just had a dipole, vertical dipole, hanging off the balloon. Some more pictures here of both sides of the U4B in a spoon. So the bottom side here has the GPS on it and a memory, EEPROM chip. And the top side has the microcontroller and the SI53518A HF transmitter and a temperature sensor chip on board. You'll also see all of these pads along the edge of the board, which are for expansion and connecting your own sensors. So the system, if you want to, keep it very, very simple. You just configure your call sign, and it's ready to go. If you want to get more complex, the system has an onboard full-screen text editor, which you can connect to with a terminal emulator from a PC, and it has a BASIC compiler so that you can create your own programs in BASIC. And you can make it do some very complex stuff, programming it however you want to do it in BASIC. You can read external sensors that are connected on these pins here along the bottom. It could be I2C pressure sensor, for example, or a humidity sensor. You can read all of that, and you can send that telemetry back as third and fourth whisper packets. So I don't know if I've got any examples of how we can do that. This was an example. This was one of Dave's flights, U4B28. He programs this balloon glyph that appears on the Argo viewers, QRSS viewers, and you can program your own patterns. So that was just a neat little pattern he makes for a balloon icon. And this particular balloon flew right over my house. And I'd been waiting for that for 7 years at that point. And every time Dave's balloon came anywhere near to my location in Turkey, and before that, my location in Japan, when I was living in Japan, it always missed me by a few hundred kilometers, so it was inside my skip zone, and I couldn't receive it on 20 meters. Or it flew over in the night, so there was no reception, or something else happened. But this time, it literally flew as close as we could determine, directly over my head. And so I plotted a graph of the SNR as it had flown over, and it was kind of up here near plus 17 dBm dB in Whisper. So that was very cool. There are a bunch of videos on the QRP Labs YouTube channel explaining how the BASIC works. There's tons of documentation here. Dave has written a very large manual about all the things he does. It's very interesting, all the things from the balloon gas side, and he pre-stretches the balloons, how he seals the balloons. He did testing using his own homemade cooling thing that got down to about minus 50 centigrade with a triple cooled Peltier plate cooling. All of that, loads of documentation on there. There's the article that I wrote, because I presented this at the FDIM 2021 online conference. So lots of documentation. I think it's becoming the most popular U4B tracker at the moment, just because we have availability, low cost, and a lot of flexibility, a lot of features. We have our booth over in room 2, building 2, behind RL and ICOM, and we have these in stock there. So if you want to come and give that a try, please feel welcome to do so. So does anybody have any questions about this I can answer? No questions. A couple of people sleeping. I have that effect on people. Bill.
Can you describe how you separate the transmitters?
Right, yeah. That's a very interesting point. So we actually, Dave and I created this protocol for Whisper, transmitting the telemetry. So we repurpose all the bits and characters of the call sign, 4-character locator, and power, which normally go into a Whisper packet. And I discovered that the ITU never allocates call signs that begin with 0 or Q. Also, the ITU never allocates 1, but there are a few countries who've used 1 unofficially. But officially, the ITU never allocates call signs beginning with 0, 1, or Q. So we set up a system where a balloon would have a particular channel with either a 0, 1, or Q as the first character of the call sign, and the third, which is a digit, could be 0 to 9. So that created 30 channels to operate on, and that was how we, in the beginning, were operating multiple flights concurrently. Later on, we realized that if you operate always on a 10-minute whisper cycle, so a whisper transmission is 2 minutes, if you operate on a 10-minute cycle, and you stagger your transmissions on 2 minutes, so one starts at 2 minutes past the hour, one at 4 minutes past the hour, one at 6 minutes past the hour, you can multiply your number of channels by 5 more. So that gets you up to 150 channels. We then further refined the system by splitting up the 200 hertz whisper band into 4 pieces. The center we leave out, so we split it up into 4 40 hertz pieces, and said that if you transmit inside that 40 hertz, that's your channel, so it multiplies by 4 further channels, so you get to 600 channels. So 3 for the first character of the call sign being 0, 1, or Q, 10 for the third character being 0 to 9, and then another 5 based on the start minute in a 10-minute cycle, multiplied by another 4 because we have these 4 transmission sectors. We stay away from the middle because a lot of people, they read this center frequency thing on the WhisperNet website, but they don't realize that's just a center of 200 hertz, and they type that into their computer, and then that's what frequency they transmit. So the center tends to be crowded. The big problem with this system was that a lot of receiving stations have very poorly calibrated receivers, which are off frequency. And so if somebody's reporting something 80 hertz off frequency, it appears to be in a different balloon channel to what you're actually using. So I created an algorithm that runs on the QRP Labs website continuously that loads an entire 2 minutes of whisper reports for all the 20-meter transmissions in a 2-minute period, and it does an averaging algorithm. So it looks at, for example, if you're transmitting and you're 50 hertz off, it looks at all the receiving stations and what frequency they received you on, and it averages their frequency, their reported frequency in the database, in order to see that your frequency is 50 hertz off. Once we know that, we can then look at all of those receiving stations. We took the average, but we can see then what the error for those receiving stations was. And then we know that if a report came from a balloon, all the reports that came from the balloons, we can also cross-reference those back to the error of the receiving stations that we've just calculated by averaging, and we can then cancel out the error. And we go through this cross-referencing 2 times, 2 passes, and it ends up basically 4 minutes, thank you. It ends up basically cancelling out all these errors in the receiver station calibration. And so with that system, we can get to within 1 or 2 hertz of, we can cancel out all the errors to within 1 or 2 hertz. The U4B itself has a 25 megahertz TCXO on board, which, despite the extreme variations in temperature that these things see, rarely moves more than 1 or 2 hertz away from the actual frequency. So we could actually use even narrower frequency segments. 40 hertz is massive at the moment. We could narrow it to 10 hertz and it would still work, and we'd have 3,000 channels or 2,400 channels rather than 600. So there's plenty of scope for these things to operate in parallel on the same band without interfering with each other. And that's the system that we've set up here. A number of variations to this system, people doing things differently with the whisper encoding. There are other websites that can be used for tracking and getting your telemetry back as well. So it's very exciting to see that the pico ballooning is really expanding.
It's really taking off, so to speak.
It's really taking off. So if you want to come over and look at this and talk further about it, I'm over here for the whole 3 days in Building 2. Thanks very much. And again, my apologies for not preparing a proper PowerPoint presentation, but at least I'm here. Bill kindly invited me last year, and we were so busy at the booth that it completely escaped my mind, and I didn't even come. This morning, he came over to make sure I'm coming. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I have an announcement before we break. We're going to, it's a little windy, but we're going to attempt to launch 1 or 2 Pico balloons out in the food court. We're going to go over here and inflate behind that little vehicle, that the ice cream booth that has that single cycle engine. There's a little inflated balloon. Not many people can fit in there, but after we get them inflated, we're going to come out. It's not too windy. We're going to let them go. Probably around 1:30 we'll be ready. So just be milling about, watching the food court, but we're going to see right after the forum here. Oh, W8BI-11 and W812 on APRS. These are not whisper balloons because I didn't want to tangle into more antennas. But this every 2 minutes, Whiskey 8 Bravo, the DARA call sign, -11 and -12. Any other questions before we break? All right, great. See you next year. And see you out in the courtyard in a little bit. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it.
things we're doing in Washington, D.C., and that's by design. Sometimes we have to be very strategic in our maneuvering through the different situations that we encounter there. You know, the league has, I believe, almost 25 board committees, or subcommittees, standing committees, task forces, ad hoc groups. The board is very active in doing things on behalf of you, the members of our organization. And I was thinking about all the different committees we've got, and to me, they're all important. They all serve a purpose for their specific responsibility. But this committee here, this Legislative Advocacy Committee, I believe is one of the most important ones we have. And it's one of the most difficult assignments that they have, that they're responsible for, and that is looking out for our congressional efforts in Washington, D.C. And anybody who's ever gone to Washington, D.C. and the current environment in Washington, D.C., then you know it's not easy. It's not easy at all. And it costs a heck of a lot of money and a lot of time and effort. And this group works their tail off on the things you're going to hear about today in the status report. But one of the things that strikes me is that sometimes people wonder about what we do in Washington, D.C., like the antenna bill, you know, that we've had previously introduced. And what I get a lot of times is people say, well, do y'all even still have that committee? And the answer is yes. And like I said a minute ago, sometimes we have to fly under the radar. You know, we're constantly meeting with people in Washington, D.C. We've got 2 lobby firms that we're working with. And I never will forget that, you know, it's such a challenge because we're up against people who have more money than we do. And I remember one time I was walking out of some congressman's office, and our lobbyist made some kind of smart remark about the people that are walking in right after we were there. And they said, that's so-and-so representatives for a big company that I knew was going to go in and talk to them about what we just wanted out of them. And I want you to know, who has more money, us or that big company? So that's kind of what we're up against. But again, it's a very important committee, and the things that they work on include right now that 3 gigahertz band initiative, the secondary status that we've been working on, the FCC symbol rate bill, HR 3241, you're going to hear more about that, the proposed amendment to the 2023 Farm Bill to eliminate the facilities fees on amateur radio installations, the National Amateur Radio Operators Day and next year, HR 305, and of course the big one, the private land use restriction bill, I call it the antenna bill, to eliminate private land use restrictions on amateur radio. And so there's a lot there. There's a lot going on, and that's what I wanted y'all to know. And that's where your dues go to, too, you know. That's where your $49 is going to stuff that they're doing a lot of there in Washington, D.C., and so it's important that you realize that. Last thing I'd like to say, if we weren't doing it, if y'all, as our members in our league, the ARRL, if we weren't doing it in Washington, D.C., what this team's supposed to be doing, who would be doing it? Who would be looking out for our spectrum? Who would be fighting all the way and trying to get these things done? The answer is nobody else except you people and us. Thank you.
Now you know why he's president. Let's talk about what we are doing to protect amateur radio. And we're going to go through the different legislation. As Rick just pointed out, and by the way, Fred is up here with me because he is the co-author of most of the legislation we're dealing with. We can decide which one of us is bright and which one of us is better looking. They'll be voted at the end. Pay attention. The first thing we're working on is spectrum defense, specifically dealing with 3 gigahertz. Larry Gatlin, in a famous song, said that all the gold is in a bank in Beverly Hills in someone else's name. He's wrong. All the gold sits in your hands. We have the largest block of non-commercial free frequencies in the world. And those frequencies are worth billions of dollars. And there are people who play with these things who want those frequencies. And the government wants money. As a result, Congress has authorized the FCC to auction off portions of the frequencies to which we have secondary status. For the past 70 years above 1 gigahertz, we have always held secondary status on our frequencies. Primary has been primarily the military. Military doesn't matter anymore. The FCC has been authorized to auction part of this off. In the first auction that they did something that has never happened before. They removed our secondary status. Even though we objected, we filed a formal opposition with the FCC. If you look at the papers they filed, the explanation, let's call it creative. It didn't respond to the issues of why we are so important to hold secondary status. As a result of that, we're having to deal with something that's very important. Let me go forward here. Wrong thing. Congress is in the process of reauthorizing the auction of another block of the 3 gigahertz frequencies. What we fear is that when they do that, the FCC is going to give away our secondary status again. So the purpose of our legislative effort is to stop the loss of our secondary status. How are we going to do that? What we're trying to do right now with our 2 lobbying firms is to persuade Congress to modify the auction bill to order the FCC to retain our secondary status. If that doesn't work, we're asking the same congressional committees to add language to the committee report that recommends to the FCC they retain our secondary status. The auction bill is tied up in probably September. We don't know where it will go until then. One of our fears is that if we do not fight for all of our rights to hold secondary status, and the FCC gives it away again, they may decide to give away our status on other frequencies. So it's not an idle fight we're in. We're fighting for a future that we can't predict yet. But it's not the only issue facing us. How many of you would think farmers would adversely affect amateur radio? Anybody? Only 2 of you, I think. Every 5 years, Congress passes a farm bill. In 2018, they passed a farm bill, and in that bill, Congress directed the United States Forest Service to recover its cost of administrating non-government, third-party communications facilities in the national forest. In December of 2021, the U.S. Forest Service filed a notice of proposed rulemaking. It proposed to assess a yearly, one-size-fits-all, $1,400 fee on every communications facility in a national forest. If they do that, every amateur repeater location in the United States is going to cease to exist in the national forest. We filed an objection to the notice of proposed rulemaking, and it's been 2 years. They have not acted. We've tried to get an answer out of them. Congressional supporters tried to get an answer. Nothing. All right. How do we deal with that? The Farm Bill, as said, every 5 years comes up for renewal. This is 2023. It's coming up for renewal again. And we have supporters in Congress. One of those supporters is on the committee that is writing the new Farm Bill. The lead sponsor of our efforts to prevent the Forest Service from implementing that fee is Senator James Risch out of Idaho. By the way, the rest of the Idaho delegation is also supporting this. Since they're writing the bill, he's trying to insert language that will be included in the bill that wipes out the Forest Service's ability to assess the fee. If that fails, we're going to introduce a standalone bill to do the same thing. The entire congressional delegation out of New Mexico, led by Senator Lujan, is also supporting it. All senators, all congressmen, all the congressmen and senators out of Idaho are supporting it. Senator Stabenow, who is chairwoman of the powerful Senate Agriculture Committee, has been arguing on our behalf. So we have a reasonably good chance of being able to eliminate a future implementation of that fee. But it's not the only issue that is concerning us. Change screens here so you can see this. We have been dealing with the FCC for the entire life of the amateur radio. On the behalf in this room, we have, as the league, regulation of amateur radio. Some of these proceedings are am I correct, Rick? 8 years old. We have pending petitions to deal with privileges for technicians, for reallocating the bandwidth to protect digital operations. The oldest thing we have is a proposal to remove the symbol rate. In the 1980s, because technology was so new, the FCC imposed a limit on the speed at which you could transmit data. Call it the baud rate if you want. It's 40 some odd years out of date. We're the only country in the world with a speed limit on the transmission of data. That petition has been pending for 8 years. Every time there's a hurricane, forest fire in California, floods, tornadoes, we need to be able to move data at realistic speeds. It used to be we had to file a written petition with the FCC to ask them to waive it. Not anymore. Someone at headquarters picks up the phone and goes, yeah, we'll do that. Paperwork comes later. The FCC waives it every time we ask. They just won't act on the petition. Okay, we got tired of that. After having our FCC counsel live in almost their lobby, after Rick having a heart attack, I think, over this, we decided the best way to do this is stop talking to them. We go to Congress. Congress tells the FCC what to do. So, again, with another big supporter of amateur radio, we have filed a bill called let me change screens and get it right, Amateur Radio Communications Improvement Act. Filed last week, H.R. 3241. It's filed by Congresswoman Debbie Lesko out of Arizona. Her husband's a ham, by the way. The bill's simple, it's straightforward, it's one paragraph. Congress orders the FCC to repeal the symbol rate and to replace it with a 2.8 kilohertz bandwidth limit. We're now working on picking up co-sponsors on the bill. We don't know of any opposition. The FCC will not oppose it. If we can do that, then we join the rest of the world. But it's not the only thing Congresswoman Lesko is doing for us. She likes amateur radio so much dealing with these out of the blue fees coming out of the federal government, dealing with their recalcitrant polite word, FCC. That's not the primary legislation we're working on. 80% new subdivision in the United States comes with a set of CC&Rs. That Carl here cannot put up an antenna in his backyard. How do you get more people involved in amateur radio? You have to give them the opportunity to operate. If you can't operate from home, what are you going to do? Excuse me. How do you get kids interested? How many of you got interested in your lifelong vocation, amateur radio? Most of us. Do that again if the kids can't get involved. So it's not just so Carl can put up his antenna, which he already has up, by the way. We're working for a future to keep amateur radio alive. And we refer to it as the PLUS Act, Private Land Use Bill. Its purpose is to eliminate all private land use restrictions that are blocking the operation of amateur radio. Fred, don't hide back there, Fred. I want to blame this on you. Fred is co-author of this legislation. We've been working on this since 2019. How many of you remember ARPA? ARPA was filed with good intentions. It was filed as an attempt to apply PRB1 to homeowners associations. The short version is some people modified the bill. Had it passed, you wouldn't be operating amateur radio from a residence for the next 50 years. So in 2019, we pulled that bill. He's one of the we's that was involved in the decision to pull it. Since then, we've been working on a new bill that gets rid of those problems and grants each person in this audience the right that you should have to operate amateur radio from your residence. Currently, the lead sponsor who volunteered to help us is Bill Johnson out of the state of Ohio. Joining him as the Democrat sponsor is Joe Courtney out of Connecticut. Congressman Courtney has sponsored every amateur radio private land use legislation since 2014. He is a strong supporter. We expect the rest of the Connecticut delegation to join us. But currently, the two lead sponsors, Republicans, Congressman Johnson, Democrat, Joe Courtney, the bill was filed in the last session is 9670, if you want to look it up, H.R. 9670. The change between the bill and what's going to be filed, we believe, next week is, am I correct, Fred, 3 words?
Yes.
3 words. It's dealing with lawyers of Congress. We expect it to be filed next week. There's agreement on the language. When that happens, we're certainly going to let everyone know because we're going to be asking for your support. As brilliant as he is and as clumsy as I am, or as, in fact, we got 2 guys from Arkansas here, we can't pass this legislation. We can't pass any of this unless you help. He and I, Rick, and our 2 lobbying firms can spend as much time as we want in the congressman's office. He wants to know, if he's from Florida, what Mickey Baker thinks. If he's from Arkansas, he wants to know what David Norris, well, I'm not sure he wants to know what Rick thinks. He's looking for his constituents. 2 things get you in office. One is money, which we don't have. The second is votes. And the only people that vote are the ones in his congressional district or senatorial district. So if when we send out a request and ask you to contact your congressman, your senator, it counts. I can probably put a $1,000 bill on the table and most of you say your vote doesn't count. Am I wrong or are they wrong? Trust me, I can print one. What will happen, each individual person in this room has a vote that counts. Not because he says so, I say so. It's because the Congress will tell you that. Look at how tight the votes are in Congress right now between the 2 parties. Keep in mind, we're a nonpartisan operation. We do not take any side on any politics. But the same thing happens when you vote for a congressman or a senator. You can pick the senator out of Texas. He won by just a couple of percentage points in the last senatorial election. Trust me, he believes every one of your votes counts. He will walk across fire to get your vote. So your vote, if you send an email, you send a fax, you make a phone call. They listen to you. We're the guys from out of district asking for them to do something. If you live in that district, you live in that state, they listen to you. And by the way, if you call a congressman's office, you call a senator's office, they log the call. They're going to ask you your name, preferably the real one. They're going to ask where you live. They want to know if you live in the state. And if so, they're going to log it because you are a potential vote. They will want to know whether you're for or against it. If you send them a letter, it takes 6 weeks to go to a facility because the anthrax will never see it. We'll probably have you sending emails or send a letter to us and we'll take it. But the point is, and it's difficult to accept because we're such a large nation and there's so many votes in any election, your vote really does count. They really will listen to you. We had a situation in Texas where we're trying to stop cell phone bills. which if they'd passed would eliminated amateur radio, mobile amateur radio. And there were 27 of them. The chairman wouldn't listen to us. The sponsors wouldn't listen to us. In the previous session, we had written the language that everyone agreed on that protected amateur radio. They weren't going to use the language. We sent out an email from headquarters to everyone in Texas going, send a fax, make a phone call. Here's a list. Here are the fax numbers, here are the cell phone numbers. 2 days after that, no, 1 day after that, we walked into the chairman's office at the Capitol in Austin. Normal day, people running around the office. We introduced ourselves, and the phones were ringing in the background. Phones always ring. And when the receptionist, in response to our question to see the chief of staff, she turned around and looked at the very tall, very pretty lady, and she said, all she did was point. She walked over carrying a sheaf of papers about this thick. They were all faxes. She walked up and she said, those phones, they're yours. These faxes, they're yours. She said, the chairman wants us to tell you something, which we thought was security's coming to get you. She said, the chairman gets the message. No bill will pass this committee without your approval. In 1 day, with our members sending faxes and making phone calls, we flipped an entire legislative session. It can be done, and it can only be done if you help. Now, all right, assume that we get the plus bill filed, which will be next week. What do you get? What good is it to you? That's what that bill does. Any private land use restriction that prohibits an amateur operator from installing any amateur radio station antenna may not be adopted or enforced. That's blanket termination of land use restrictions. But the plus bill does something more, and I want to tell you that the more that it does is due to Fred. It was Fred's brilliance to think of this. The bill guarantees 4 types of antennas for every amateur operator that is subject to this bill. It guarantees you the right to have a dual-use flagpole antenna up to 43 foot in height, or a vertical antenna that is 43 feet in height. And by the way, what you're looking at is a dual-use flagpole. Which subdivision, Fred?
Brookstone,
That's a Toll Brothers.
Virginia.
Yeah. Fred was the lead attorney for the amateur radio operator who put it up. What, they had 5 flagpoles in that subdivision? All 30, 33 feet tall? They thought his flagpole was neat until they found out it was dual use. They rejected it and disapproved it. Fred, being the brilliant zoning lawyer that he is, convinced them that what was coming was not pleasant. So he ended up being able to put it up. But that is what they object to. Keep in mind, there's a 2005 Right to Display American Flag Act that guaranteed the amateur radio operator the right to put up a flagpole and a flag on it. The moment they heard it was an antenna, they went no. Because of Fred, they lost. But that's what we're looking at. But because of Fred's brilliance to add this to the bill, what Fred describes in what we're referring to as safe harbor antennas, no matter what else happens, their fault, our fault, no one's fault. You've got 4 possible antennas. Up to 43 feet, a dual-use flagpole, single vertical without a flag on it. Now, what's the difference between what we're asking for in the current law? That is a legal television broadcast antenna sitting on a legal tower. Is this a case you handle?
North Carolina, Cary, North Carolina.
That is permitted under current, what we refer to as the OTARD rules, over-the-air reception devices. Correct, in 1996, Congress amended the Communications Act and directed FCC, to write regulations that eliminated homeowner restrictions on TV towers, TV masts, TV antennas, satellite dishes, internet antennas. If you want to, how many of you see satellite, these 1 meter satellite dishes around? You don't have to ask for permission to put them up anymore. You don't have to ask for permission to put up an internet antenna. You don't even have to ask for permission of this, although this subdivision fought it. You have an absolute right. But that's what you can put up under the law if what you want is to see I Dream of Gigi, or I Dream of Jeannie, rather. That you can put up. What we're asking for is not a major change in the law. We're asking for essentially equal rights. If you can put that up to get TV, why can't all of us put up something similar and just change the Yagi on top? That's what this bill is intended to do. So, dual use flagpole, vertical. It also guarantees a 1 meter in diameter or diagonal measurement antenna. Now, you might want to read that language carefully because Fred wrote it. It's more than a satellite dish. You want to explain that?
Well,
Mike?
not every dish is round, which was the original assumption. Some of them are elliptical. And in addition, you could have a small Yagi, 1 meter in length, which would be the diameter. So that would be the diagonal as well. This is to give hams an option. And by the way, the photograph you're looking at says DirecTV, but it's actually a photograph for a slot antenna on 2 meters. And I defy you from the ground to tell the difference between a TV reception antenna and this 2 meter slot two-way radio antenna.
Again, I told you he's a brilliant lawyer. But not everyone in the amateur community will want to put up a flagpole and use it as an antenna or put up a vertical. Not everyone wants to put up a satellite dish. Not everyone wants to put up a Roan 25 with a Yagi on top of it. Maybe because of cost, maybe because of the way the yard or the house is configured. So the fourth antenna that is permitted is minimally obtrusive wire antennas.
That's my backyard.
He rents it out if you want to talk to him about it. You want to ask, are we barking up a tree? Congress has already spoken in favor of amateur radio. In 1994, Senate Joint Resolution 90 and House Joint Resolution 199, this is what Congress said about amateur radio. It believes that reasonable accommodation should be made for effective operation of amateur radio from residences as a public benefit. So we know where Congress sits. We just have to work our way against the opposition. The opposition, by the way, is not amateurish. The primary opposition we have to the private land use legislation is an organization called CAI, Community Associations Institute. They are a lobbying arm for the management companies and the lawyers that represent HOAs. They're not the people that live in them. They're the people who make money off of them. We have 2 lobbying firms. They have 2 lobbying firms. They have more money, as Rick pointed out, than we do. They have a political action committee, which we don't currently have. And by the way, to explain that, we are a 501c3. Because we're a 501c3, the IRS prohibits us from donating money to candidates. We can, as we are, spend money for our members on issues, which is what we're doing. But we can't give money to Carl, who is running for office. Well, we could, but you can't trust Carl. But so we are fighting a little bit of harder fight. Our lobbyists fit into what we would call a tier 1 environment. They're the best you can get. Theirs are also. We know who theirs are. They know who ours are. And if you go to their, what is it, CAI.org, you go to the website, they've got a discussion about amateur radio. I want you to go take a look at it because I want you to understand how unreasonable we are and how reasonable they are. If you believed everything that they say, they would be walking on water. They will tell you that they're the most reasonable organizations in the world, and they will always grant. Well, I'm not sure about Ricky, but they would grant us the right to operate. Because there are ladies in the audience, I will not tell you what I think of that opinion, but they're very good at selling it, and they spend a lot of money to sell it. So how do you get around them? You get around them. When we ask you for help, you contact your congressman, you contact your senator. You can beg, whine, whatever you want to do, but the point is, you get the message across. We can overcome this. But as Rick pointed out, this is not TV, where the dashing congressman comes in or the beautiful congresswoman comes in and in 30 minutes passes a law that saves the world. The better description is that it's 3 yards in a cloud of dust. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. You might ask yourself, are these people crazy? Well, actually, Fred will tell you I am. But is this something that's unique that's not been done before? Take a look at this. This is a list of 14 prohibitions, and it's a partial list, by the way, of CC&R restrictions that either the federal government or state legislatures have overturned. Sorry for the small print. The screen's a little small. They used to prohibit you from flying an American flag. In 2005, Congress said, that's silly. You can't do that anymore. There's a national effort to promote alternative energy sources, wind, solar. They have prohibited the installation of solar panels. Florida, Texas, and California, the first states to prohibit it. Others are now prohibiting CC&Rs that say you can't put up solar panels. If you come down to the one that says age, certain make and model of automobiles, how many of you have a pickup? And forth with them so many times we think we live ahead. $670 in the last section. What's wrong with refiling it? Legislative Council had a question about one paragraph. Fred, you want to tell them how important that paragraph is?
It took us 5 months of work, and Legislative Council changed the party opposing to the party who has alleged an opposition or something like that. It was just a meaningless change. Changed it from like 3 words to 6 words in that one sentence. I'll give you another small example. We originally drafted the bill in Senate format, where the definitions are at the beginning of the bill, and the House format has the definitions at the end of the bill. Same difference? It got redrafted. The Office of Legislative Counsel does not comment on the policy involved. They're really just approving it as to form, but it was just a bear to get it out of them.
Anybody's commented about a few words. This last version, it took us, since January to get done? They changed 3 words. We went fine. It didn't change the meaning, didn't change what we do. And by the way, the comment about how important that is, if we pass this legislation, which we intend to do, and by the way, Congressman Johnson, for those of you from Ohio, he did not tell us he would file this bill. When we met with his staff, he said, I have no intention of filing this bill. He said, I intend to pass it. That's what you want to hear. Lieutenant Colonel in the Air Force, I think he means it. But we passed this bill, federal bill. It's not worth the paper it is printed on. The United States Supreme Court, what, Armstrong? In the Armstrong case, said, we think it's neat that Congress passed this particular law, but Congress did not grant you as an individual the right to bring an action to enforce it, even though the law is for your benefit. The only organization that can bring an action to enforce it is the Justice Department. Anyone in the room want to place a bet in Vegas on how quickly we get the Justice Department to fight on the side of a ham? In order to be able to preserve the rights that we're trying to get, Fred's draft, really, there's a provision called 346G when you see it that says access to federal court. It grants each amateur radio operator the right to go to federal court to enforce this legislation. It also permits the HOAs to go to federal court. Bless their hearts, if they do, they're going to die. But that's a critical provision. Without that, the bill's worthless, and that's one of the key things we've been fighting over that language. It's in there. They've agreed to put it in. We're almost out of time. Any more questions before we let everyone go? Yes, sir. Spectrum Defense is not a restricted fund. If you make the donation for Spectrum Defense, it goes in the general operating funds. Am I correct, Rick? So it's general operating funds. It would pay for Rick's new car, but I'm sorry? Can we borrow the car? However, whatever you give the money to, whichever fund, that we have other restricted funds. Whether you give it to, if it goes into an unrestricted fund, whatever the name is, it goes to the benefit of operations. If you put it into a restricted fund, it is limited to that use. So it comes down to what you want. But what's the old Tennessee Erie Williams phrase? I've always existed on the kindness of strangers. Amateur radio does, one more, Mike. What is it? Rick, tell me if I'm wrong. 48% of our operating costs, our expenses are paid for by dues. The rest comes from revenue from advertising and sale of books, but a significant portion of it comes for each person in this audience, your donations. $1, $5, $100. It keeps what we all do because we love it, amateur radio, alive. So whether you give it to Spectrum Defense, you give it to Legislative, you give it to W1AW Fund. Thank you. Mike. And Mike's making a $500 donation this afternoon. Any other questions? Comments, objections? We'll listen to you. Pardon? Yes, sir. Sorry.
I saw a brief headline that Congress is thinking of forcing the electric car manufacturers that are attempting to drop AM to prohibit them from doing that.
There is that dispute. Yes, sir.
What they're doing is they don't want to shield their electric motors, the traction motors in their cars, and they just use EMI all over the place. Now, I saw a comment on YouTube from somebody that was talking about this. He says when the Tesla goes by out on the road, it blanks the 20 and 40 meters for reception. So we want them to pass
That we've talked about 4 principal issues we're dealing with. There are more issues that we're going to be having to deal with the charging stations and the harmonics out of those, dealing with the electric cars. Those are things that we're having to look at in the future. There are other things we're working on. They're just not primary at the moment. But it's a good point. On behalf, yes, sir, one more. Your mail doesn't work. When we send out the request, we'll be starting in several weeks when we get it done, asking you to contact your congressman or senator on a particular bill or all bills. We will give you a link that will do just what the gentleman said. He'll link you right to who your congressman is. On behalf of everyone on the board of directors, everyone at headquarters, and particularly on behalf of all these people on this committee, Fred, Carl, David, and the ones that aren't here, we want to thank all of you for your support for amateur radio, for the league, and for listening to the two of us. Have a good day.
Is this the convention?
That's theirs.
So my PowerPoint's.
Let me kill this. You can use that one. Sir? Let me give you my card. Here's my best suggestion. Since I'm senile, send me an email. Send me an email and tell me what you want.
Direct answer to your question. Thanks for coming.
Can I do any more in New Mexico, John?
Good to see you.
Likewise to see you.
And let me get out of his way and I'll talk.
Do you know that, is it Shift F5?
Say again, sir?
Is it Shift F5 to bring it up on the screen?
That I don't know. You're talking PCs and I don't know PCs. Where's, Bob was there, he should know. Yes, sir. Thank you. My pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm going to go see where he'll be back.
Okay. How do I put this on the screen? Is it Shift F7? Hello, audio visual people.
If there's any, I'm in charge of Rome, I'm not in charge of AV, I don't know. I can get somebody here to. Is it function F5 or function F? It's on PowerPoint, but it looks like from these functions, it looks like F7 is the, but I can't be sure. I got some help coming if you can't get it figured out.
Okay.
Well, you're up.
Well, I'm up here, but I want to be up there.
Let's see. Turn on carrot browsing? No, you don't want to do that. It's not touch screen. Get a mouse over to it. There you go. And we want to, well,
Okay.
it's on PC screen only. Get that back. We want to
Oh, I see.
duplicate.
Oh, you're good.
That's what Barney tells me. But I don't see it coming. So, huh,
Gee whiz, you'd think it would come up right now.
you'd think.
No, I don't. I won't duplicate.
Yeah, you want that. Click over here again. And then you're already in play mode,
See,
right?
this is the F7.
Or F7 is the
It's the two screens. But is it? So I'm going to push F7. Nothing happens.
you do this.
Windows F7.
Yeah.
Duplicate. Well, maybe I have to hit
Oh,
Enter.
there's function.
No, I hit Enter. Nothing happened.
Okay.
This
How
is
about
function F7.
F7? Duplicate, enter, and then back over to here.
Okay,
Okay,
great. We can do that. But
you can
But we're
introduce
not-
yourself.
we're not doing this. Where
Barney can help, he's done this too.
Barney, you know how to do this?
Yeah, I think he'll be able to help better than I could.
Okay. So look, normally you see it isn't. Yeah, it's here, but it isn't. So normally I would push something like F7, and this comes up, and then I would go to duplicate. And I hit duplicate, and I hit enter, and nothing happened. Oh, wait a second. I know.
Are you plugged in?
John unplugged. That's it.
say, there's nothing
He
like-
unplugged the other computer.
Yes, there's no, the video output is not plugged in.
Okay, this is HDMI. You see the HDMI port? There it is. Push against it. All right.
It just flashed, which is a good. Yep, there it is. You have it now.
Okay, now I got to make it full screen, which I can probably do by doing that.
Yeah.
All right. You're good. So the first rule, plug it in. Yes, we solved the problem. We couldn't get the display going on the screen. Turns out we hadn't plugged in the HDMI. Stratton, he's fun too. Well, glad you came. This one starts at 35. Fine, I don't want to fall flat. I'm real glad you could be here today. So I already fixed it. wasn't. And they don't say we overrule that. They just say, we know that happened. But this is what we're doing this time. We think there's no private right. And it's the only circuit. The private right of action thing, they could have ruled on our ground, but they didn't. The reason I suspect they didn't is that there are 5 circuits that have already said there is a private right of action. And if they did, dirty little lawyers, if they had ruled on the private right of action issue, they would have split the circuits the right to go to the Supreme Court. But they didn't give me anything I could go to the Supreme Court. Nothing. Very hard to tell these days. They're all against private right of action. The Attorney General. If anybody came just to get a good deal on the antenna zoning book and didn't really want to hear the talk, you can come right up now. Wonderful. Thank you very much. That's really helpful. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Amateur Radio and the Law, and we're going to have two topics this afternoon. One is a little bit about the law governing the erection of antennas, the towers, all that good stuff. And then John Robert Stratton, N5AUS, and Bob Familio, K3RF, are going to be available to talk on the subject of your amateur radio club insurance situation, because we get a lot of questions on that kind of thing during the course of the year. So we selected these two topics for today, antenna zoning kinds of things, as well as club insurance. I'm going to begin. I'm Fred Hopengarten. I live in Lincoln, Massachusetts, and I'm the past director for the New England division of the ARRL. And yes, I am a lawyer. And I play one on TV. I'd just like to begin with the gratuitous plug that I hope you'll all join the ARRL if you're not already members, and enhance your membership with donations to our various funds to support the work we do if you are already a member. I live up to that kind of thing. I'm a member of the Diamond Club and a member of the Maxim Society, and I've been a member, if you look at that certificate, since 1956. It's hard to find, but the ARRL Learning Center has a 6-part series that I did on the process of getting an antenna permit. And if you go to the original ARRL.org splash, it won't come up. You have to find the Learning Center. And I've been promised that there'll be a link from the ARRL.org.splash page, but in the meantime, you can certainly find this 6-part series on the Learning Center page for the ARRL. And I thought I'd give you two sort of examples of things that happen in real life. Case number one involved your typical ordinance that deals with telecommunication towers and antennas, and the sentence we want to look at closely said, amateur radio antennas operated by a federally licensed amateur radio station operator shall be exempt from the provisions of this article. Little side note, when you're applying for a building permit, if your city or town has a provision that does something for amateur radio operators, be sure to include a copy of your FCC license, because unless you are a federally licensed amateur radio operator, you don't get the privileges of something like this. So you need to prove that you're federally licensed, include a copy. One other thing, if you just moved into town and someone goes to look you up and discovers that you live in Dallas, Texas, when you're applying for a permit in Grand Rapids, Michigan, it's perfectly legal for you to operate from Grand Rapids, Michigan, but by simply changing your address at the FCC, which can be done online, overnight, at no cost, in fact, instantly at no cost, change the address, because otherwise some objector will arise from the audience and create a kerfuffle that maybe you're not equipped to handle. Get away from that so you don't have to deal with this. But the more important part of this actual quotation from a real life zoning bylaw has to do with the fact that this exempts you from the provisions of this article. Now, a lot of people have come to me in the past and said, well, I read it. I'm exempt from this article. I don't have to get a permit. I don't need a zoning permit. And all of that is wrong. What's really going on here is that you're dealing with a bylaw that was written to deal with cell phone towers, broadcast towers, commercial towers, and you're exempt from the cell phone, the broadcast, the commercial tower portion. You're not exempt from the entire zoning ordinance or bylaw. Article just refers to the section dealing with cell phones, basically. So, in addition to that, which was just a little sidelight, the city came back at me and said, your guy is exempt from the code provisions, antenna, or plural, and but the tower he wants to put it on is not written in there. Go pound sand. He can have the Yagi in the air as long as it's supported invisibly and magically. Not going to happen. So they denied the permit. Basically, I had to put on my lawyer hat and come back at them to say that state and federal law lump together the antenna and its supporting structure as a station antenna structure. A lot of people don't realize the importance of that wording in PRB1. PRB1 is the original ruling or rulemaking from the Private Radio Bureau as it then existed in 1985. There have been reorganizations since then. It no longer exists as the Private Radio Bureau. But PRB1 became law promulgated as 47 CFR, that's the Code of Federal Regulations, 97.15B. And there, they don't talk about privileges for amateur radio antennas. They talk about privileges for the station, for an amateur radio, station antenna structure, which is the support and the antenna together. In case you run into this kind of thing, I've run into it 3 times in 40 years. I thought you'd be interested to know how I went about arguing it. First, I argued that the federal law talks about the station antenna structure, not just the antenna, and that preempts anything that they're going to say on the local level. The second thing I argued was a case I had found in Georgia where the Bridge Mill Community Association, an HOA, by the way, had been fighting a Marine veteran named Trappodo, and they had argued that he had the right to display the American flag under the Right to Display the American Flag Act, but that didn't mean he had the right to have the flagpole to display the American flag. And the court ruled, quote, the flag and the instrument necessary for flying it are intertwined in the display of the flag. Well, that wasn't all I argued. I had a third argument. And for those of you from Florida, you'll recognize the neighborhood. I submitted photographs of some AM antenna towers where the tower is the antenna. So they couldn't argue that the supporting structure was divorced from the antenna because it is the antenna. They're verticals. And in addition to that, I argued that the radio ham was going to take his, in this case, a hex beam on top of a tower, load the whole shebang as a vertical on 40 meters, because his hex beam didn't cover 40 meters in this particular case. And that's the diagram you'll see on the right, taken from Chapter 9 of DeVolder's book, Low Band DXing. It's an ARRL publication. Great publication. Fortunately, we've lost John DeVolder, ON4UN, but still a great book. And I also cited to a patent filed back in 1908, which you see on the left-hand side of the screen, which is a vertical with a top hat. And for those of you who are antenna aficionados, you know now that that concept is not new, a vertical with a top hat. It was patented in 1908. So with those 5 arguments, eventually the municipality backed down, and we're now still in the process of getting the permit, but we're no longer being held up by the nonsense put forward at the start. The second case I wanted to bring to your attention of my life is a particular zoning ordinance that read that in the rural residential zone, one of the permitted uses among 7 or 8 was accessory uses and building. And this is where you have to put on your lawyer cap again to figure out exactly what those things are. There's usually a definition for accessory uses. It has to do with something that's not a principal use, which would be as a residence, for example. It has to be, normally it has to be ordinary and accessory. Now, with respect to these accessory uses, it said the building height shall not exceed 2.5 stories. Well, now you have to dive into exactly what are these definitions, and here we are with the definition of an accessory use, which is something that's incidental and subordinate to the main building or use of the land. By the way, the use could be for farming. It doesn't have to be a house in this case, because it was the rural residential zone. And the building, remember, buildings are limited to 2.5 stories. A building is not a ham radio antenna. It's something with a roof intended for shelter. I've never seen a ham radio antenna that had a roof and was intended for shelter. So, in conclusion, in arguing to this particular municipality, I said, yes, it's an accessory use. No, it's not a building. Yes, the height limit does not apply. No, a special exception is not required. And in the end, the building permit was granted. That was a week ago, Monday. So this is kind of interesting stuff just to show you what's going on in my life. I just wanted to talk, for those of you who were not present during the ARL talk, about our bill before Congress that will help people who live in homeowner associations. In case you were here, I'm going to go over it quickly. In case you weren't here, I'll try to be explicit. The bill we have introduced in Congress is very similar to H.R. 9670, which was in the last Congress. It was filed in the last week of 2022. And what it says is that no prior approval, those are very magic words because of the same words used in the over-the-air reception devices that protects your satellite dish, your UHF, VHF, TV broadcast service antenna, your wireless internet service provider antenna. And no prior approval can be required for, and then we wrote in basically 4 kinds of, I think of them as safe harbor antennas. That is, these are antennas that the local condo association, homeowner association cannot muck with. You didn't know I'd be able to get away with that, did you? First is an antenna that's less than or equal to 1 meter in diameter or diagonal. And this first photograph looks like a DirecTV dish. It's actually the dish that was used in an article by W6NBC in QST of March 2016, page 37. And it's a dish that was converted into a 2-meter slot antenna. Indistinguishable, and therefore I don't understand the public policy reason why you should be allowed to have a dish satellite TV, be allowed to use the very same style of antenna for antenna an antenna under the OTARD rule is the picture to the right, which is about a 40-foot. I think this is an HDBX 48 or something like that, with about a 6-foot boom TV VHF Yagi. Actual photograph at the condo. You, whose antenna this is here at Dayton this weekend. Great guy, and a whole lot smarter than I am. He's a real engineer. The second kind of antenna that would be a safe harbor antenna, an antenna that could not be refused by a condo association, would be a flagpole less than or equal to 43 feet. And this is because there's, as a policy matter, the right to display the American flag and the visual thing have a second use where a radio amateur uses it to what's the flag. The graph you see here belongs to AA9 Bravo Zulu in Virginia. And it's behind his house. And the thing about this photograph is, since you were looking from way back behind his house towards his house, you'll notice that even at 43 feet, it cannot be seen from the street. So I think that any opponent would be hard-pressed to argue that it's visual blight in homeowner association. Lastly, the four kinds of safe harbor antennas, we're proposing that verticals, including whips and tilt-over antennas. By the way, the idea of including whips and tilt-over antennas came from N6AA, who's in the audience today. He told me I should think about including 43-foot verticals. The photograph you see on the bottom is a standard buddy pole, which is illegal to use in condos that have these no outdoor antenna kinds of regulations. But it's policy reasons legal to use because it's not really going to change the character of the neighborhood. So, one of the questions I normally get at a forum like this is, why do you want to go out and break this solemn contract between the homeowner and the homeowner association, this solemn contract otherwise known as the common covenants and restraints of record? And the answer is, these things are not sacred. HOAs have prohibited in the past, until it was changed by either state or federal law, such things as the display of the American flag, solar panels, energy-efficient roofing, shingles, rainwater collection systems, composting outdoors, xeriscaping, which is desert landscaping using very little water, certain types of turf. They tell you you can only plant one kind of grass. Certain makes and models of automobiles, including a Texas case where they tried to ban Ford F-150 pickup trucks, clotheslines, political signs, standby electric generators, satellite TV dishes, VHF and UHF TV masts, towers, and antennas, wireless internet service provider, mast towers, and antennas. So I wanted to short two examples of things I run into in my life, hoping that you might find them interesting. Arguments that are used, pro and con, the amateur radio antennas. I have a pile of books here. These are normally found for $49.95 at DX Engineering in the ARRL bookshop. If anyone wants one, walk up here, put $40 cash card, and I'm going to the airport to catch a 7 o'clock flight. So I'm not going to hang around. I'm not going to be here tomorrow. Now is your chance if you want to copy the book. Normally at this talk, people approach me and I get rid of about 3 or 4 of them. In any event, thank you for listening. And the next talk is going to be K3RF and N5AUS talking about club insurance issues. And then, because I've made this talk so short, you're going to have lots of time to ask questions. I'll find it, I promise. What is it? F7? You're going to have a joint question at the end? Yeah.
One question.
Somebody wants to ask a question, yeah, we'll take a question. What have I done?
Let me, I think you need an engineer to do this.
I'm happy to give up the post.
An engineer who's also a lawyer. There we go.
Maybe.
There we go. How do you want to? We're gonna do this kind of ad hoc. That I did not know I would be here before you. Yeah, but it's okay because it's a great test. You want to start?
Insurance is,
Here you go.
sorry, what? Okay. How many of you know what an insurance policy is? You're wrong. Insurance for premiums paid and a denial of liability. You're playing a betting game with the insurance companies. What we're going to try and talk about is we'll also, clubs can take many forms. They can be an admitted corporations. They can be LLCs. Each one of them has different virtues, different faults. The issue is how do we insure each one of those forms, and how do I the issue of are you covered when you show up for a volunteer event individually, not as a member of the club? Are you covered by any laws? Are you protected by any laws? Do you have will protect? And then at the end, we're going to talk about a problem that's beginning to arise where you are not.
We'll do it. Seminar that was done 18 amateur, and this insurance committee started the committee to look at specialized insurance that is other than the insurance and liability. To be that about have given us feedback that the political and legal climate is today. So one I maybe covered for insurance for that. Some have that. But the next question was, what about my individual liability? And even if I'm not technically liable because of the Volunteer Protection Act of 1997 or a lot of the good that many of our states have, questions have been I think that the club is properly incorporated. You're protected from liability if the club does something that causes injury. Let's leave the but eventually that clubs or leave to be.
It covers almost anything and everything a club will do. But if John's in a club and something bad happens and the club is sued, the club has liability insurance up to $1 million, maybe $2 million, and is provided, as Bob said, insurance defense. How many of you watch Cops? A few of you do. Okay. What's the old saying? You can beat the rap. You can't beat the ride. The cost of defending litigation, even if you are right, will break you. If your club gets sued and you have no insurance, your club's out of existence. You want to guess how much we charge per hour? It will break a club. Insurance defense lawyers may work for less than we do. It will break financially the club. I was talking about John here. His club gets sued. The club has got an insurance policy. It's got insurance, the lawyers to defend it. However, because John was the actor that did something, sorry, John, you ran over the puppy. The attorney who's suing on behalf of the puppy's owner is probably going to sue John and the club. In litigation, how many of you know what it's all about? Money, right. If you're suing, if we're looking at attorneys and I'm suing on behalf of the owner of the puppy, I want to make certain I get some compensation for my client. I don't know whether the club has insurance. I don't know if John's got insurance. We're going to put everybody in the same room. We're going to sort this out. If John doesn't have insurance that covers him individually, the club's safe, he's not. It will eat him alive financially, even if he's right. That's what we're concerned about, getting the individual insurance we'll come back to. But the club insurance that the league offers is the best deal you can get. Whatever form you have as a club, if you don't have insurance for it, go look it up. You can look it up on the website. It's cheap. It's the cheapest thing you can get in terms of protecting a club. If you are at field day, it covers the club. If the child runs up and grabs that hot wire on the antenna, the club gets sued, you're covered. If the police officer comes up and grabs the wire, you're still covered. You get arrested, but you're going to be covered. But if you take this building, this was field day again, to use an example, you rent the building and use it. Often, the owner of the building will require that you have insurance. Your club insurance qualifies for the insurance. So the landlord's happy, you're happy, everybody's covered. But we now get to past the club. What do we do about each of you, again, picking on John, as individual insurance? Most of you own a home. Or you and the bank own the home, depending on how it looks. You have a homeowner's policy. That homeowner's policy will cover you for a lot of events when you're not on the property.
Not all.
But not every event. The problem with homeowner's insurance is it may be carrier dependent. In West Texas, we've run into a problem where the municipalities, the cities, counties, whatever, will, when Carl comes over here and volunteers to work on an Aries event or something else, they have Carl sign a blanket waiver. That's okay. The problem is the last paragraph. It is a blanket indemnity clause, meaning he is liable with no limit to the county or the city if something goes wrong. Do you have that much money? No, I'm sorry to hear that. I was going to sue you if you did. But that's because that's what Bob and I are talking about. We're concerned that that is becoming an issue. If you're covered under your homeowner's policy, how do you know if you are? Call your agent and ask. Tell them specifically if you're actually volunteering for Aries or other events. Tell them what you're doing. I'm turning out to provide communications. I'm working at a distribution center. Tell them. And when they go, it's okay, John, you're covered. Haven't put it in writing. If it's not in writing, it doesn't exist. Go ahead,
Let me interject here a second. No, don't go anywhere. I'm not letting you off the hook. Some insurance carriers do cover it and some don't, and that's the rub. We've been doing some investigation. We're not done with the committee work yet. It's going to be a few more months because we're looking for policies for just this that are inexpensive for ARRL members that people can afford for a few bucks. But we have found, like with State Farm, we think, and we're lawyers, we can't even quite tell, but we think that State Farm would cover you for that field day activity when you're using, how many here in field day use a spud gun or a bow and arrow to go over that big tree? Yeah, I hope you have insurance. Or are very careful with your safety officers that watch for the kids that are on the other side that get injured, and that can cause a problem. You individually, the person that would be handling the spud gun, the air gun or whatever to get it over that 100-foot pine tree, will be sued individually, and the club will be sued as well. And the club insurance may not cover you if you're accused of being negligent. But anyway, I didn't mean to go off on that tangent. But the point is that some of your homeowner insurance does cover this, and some does not. I have State Farm and an umbrella. I'm not quite clear that I'm covered for any suit, even if I'm not negligent, but I'm included because I go to all the activities you go to. And assuming they're not some ARRL event that is official, maybe I'm covered, maybe I'm not. But you have to be careful about that. 20 years ago, it kind of didn't matter. We weren't as sue happy, and 40 years ago, this wasn't even, in ham radio, this wasn't even an issue. Was this a question? No, but it is now, and for reasons that you see watching TV and the news. Back to you, John.
So what we're trying to tell you is that, one, if you're in a club and you're not an officer, find out if your club is insured. So that if you're turning out for a bike event, you're turning out for, the club's turning out to support some type of emergency that's turning out as a club, make certain it's got the insurance. What we're talking about for homeowners policies, check with your homeowners carrier or your agent and find out. We've had a conversation with State Farm. That's the reason we're mentioning State Farm. Their position, at least the agents we've talked to, say we will cover you if you're turning out for a volunteer event, as the pick areas, for example, or you've got a major flood or a fire and you're turning out with a local agency, you would be covered. But what we've heard is that there are some carriers, they will not cover you. They're starting excluding services that are rendered by you with a government agency. If you show out, in Texas, if you show up at the request of a state agency, you're insured. They have a blanket policy that covers you. If you turn out for a county in the same event, you're toast because you didn't turn out for a state agency. Insurance is an extremely confusing field. That's the reason we've become concerned about it, because of these blanket waivers, and some carriers are now starting to say you're not covered, which means when you leave here, we haven't given you an answer to how to get covered. What we are telling you, the club is easy. Just go get the club insurance. If you look in individual coverage, talk to your insurance agents, find out. We're going sideways from personal liability, but there's another policy the league offers. How many of you own a radio? Okay, if you insure it, for those you have 10 towers and antennas would like to talk to you, but if you have a radio or any radio equipment, you can insure it through the insurance program we have. It's replacement cost insurance. You have a $50 deductible, and they pay replacement costs, whatever it looks like. If you put down that it costs you $10, they'll pay you the $10, so it's the $50. I know that doesn't work. But the other thing you need to do, if you have the equipment insurance, update the values, because if you could have replaced it for $100 5 years ago, it's now $500. They're going to pay you the original price. Now, let me give you an example of how good this is. I picked up from the state of Texas 70 feet of Roan 45 used. Because I didn't have a place to put it up, I parked it. The fact I put a chain on it didn't do any good. Someone came and stole it. Okay, it's insured. I called the ARRL's carrier. They went, it's gone. They went, okay, what will it cost to replace it? I went, let's do this one more time. This is used Roan 45. The response was, we don't care. What is the replacement cost? They paid for 70 feet of brand new Roan 45. Their decision, not mine. The point of this is, skipping over the club insurance, The equipment insurance is cheap insurance, and if you look at how much they charge per 100, it is cheap insurance. Now, what else can I insure? How many of you have computers? 2 of you at least, not counting Fred there. You can insure your computers because they can be used with the radio equipment. We have Apple equipment. Apple's cost for insuring their stuff is outrageous. All our iPads and our computers are insured through the league's program. They're happy doing it. So if you don't have insurance to cover your amateur radio equipment, look into the insurance that the league offers, but you can add other things to it and cover a lot of things that would be far more expensive under your homeowner's policy.
I want to mention one more thing. And by the way, the reason we haven't been going through the PowerPoint because we decided no death by PowerPoint. There's 27 slides here. We're not going to have time for that, and we just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes. I think we're almost out of time. I don't know when this ends. One thing I wanted to mention is in looking at your own insurance policies, and again, we're looking at getting a separate policy you could buy for yourself for amateur radio activities. That's a little more complicated than we thought, but we've talked to a bunch of carriers, people that come up with new products and say, yeah, we'll sell you something. The question is going to be whether it's $10 a year or $100, because there's somewhere in between there. People just aren't going to want to buy it. Here's my point, though. In looking at your homeowners or renters policy, one more thing, and we talked about this some years ago at the liability lecture I gave for hams. Some ordinary negligence is one thing. Gross negligence is sometimes not covered. Without going into a big lecture about that, the example I like to use when I talk about this kind of thing is ordinary negligence is when you're at that field day, hypothetical field day, and you're trying to be safe. You threw the spud gun, shot the spud gun over the tree or the arrow. You thought it was safe. You hurt somebody when it came down the other side. You didn't see those kids hiding. Gross negligence is when you turn to your buddy and say, we're going to scare the hell out of those kids. Watch this. Stuff like that happens. Now, the reason I use that example is there are some policies that will not cover you for gross negligence, and not just for ham radio, but for other things. So be aware of that. Now, our objective is to make this easy. And maybe we're not doing that yet, but the reason for the committee is to answer all the questions that I know I've been getting, John's been getting, as not just as a director, but as volunteer counsel, where people start to hear stories about clubs being sued. And how do I do this? I don't want to... If I'm not part of the club, but I'm working with them for field day or for areas or something, am I covered? Am I not covered? And that's the genesis of this new, committee or subcommittee for insurance. So we hope to have more answers for you, and we also hope that maybe we can get a policy for the ARRL to offer to do more than simply replacing your tower and things of that sort, or covering you for liability for the club, which a lot of people, I get these calls, think covers everybody. And it kind of does, but for the reasons we told you, it kind of doesn't. That's what I leave out.
Didn't leave a thing out. One other thing you might want to look at for individual insurance, your homeowner's policy will provide for this. Pick a home. Let's say it's worth $400,000. Your homeowner's coverage covers you up to $400,000 in damages. You can purchase an umbrella policy. They cost somewhere from $50, $100, $200 a year. Those will go to $1 million, $2 million, whatever you want to pay for. So if you happen, your homeowner's policy covers your amateur radio events or activities, and you're sued, and the damages alleged that they seek exceed the value of that house, the umbrella policy steps in and picks it up. And the umbrella policy also provides for insurance defense. So we can keep talking about this forever because we do it for a living. What questions do y'all have? Sir?
Repeat the question.
If say the question again, a little bit louder.
Does the ARRL's policy cover incorporated clubs that own their own building?
Your answer?
I don't know the answer to that. I think you probably can. So you're not insuring the equipment. Now, it probably, well, I don't know that they would do the actual building itself, the real estate and building.
Ask what's the loss?
Yeah, what would be the loss? You're talking about equipment loss or the place burns down?
Burning down?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. No, yeah, that doesn't. It does. It covers equipment.
Okay, let's assume the club has the building, he owns the building, and let's assume there's no equipment in the building, just the building. The ARL's policy for liability, it's a liability policy for the club. It will not cover the loss of the building. That would be covered under a normal insurance policy for loss. There'd be separate policies, separate costs. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
How about a repeater organization? It's not really a club, it has directors, and such, it's not an ARRL club. They qualify.
If the question is, do you qualify for the club insurance, depending on, if it's an unincorporated association, if I'm correct,
yeah. Doesn't have to be.
you can buy the insurance and it would cover liability for the organization. If you're talking about the repeater equipment, that's going to have to be insured under the equipment policy.
But the liability policy is a
Yes, sir.
Not have to be a corporation, could be a free association of members.
Most states have what's called an unincorporated association. There's a uniform, as of about 9 years ago, a uniform unincorporated association act signed in about 38 states last time I checked, which was a couple years ago. And that means that the states that have applied that, in your kind of situation, say that they will treat that unincorporated association that has some kind of basic rule about this is what we're going to do. We're an association to put a repeater up and anything incidental to that, they will treat that as if it's a separate legal entity, which is great for folks like us that do that. I do not preach that people get incorporated all the time, that clubs do, because they never keep up the formalities. Sometimes it's okay, sometimes it's not. Does that answer your question?
yes.
You had a
By the way,
question?
Just on that.
Good.
Failure to keep up with the formalities, if you have created a corporation for your club, can result in the fact that you won't be treated as a corporation. If you haven't paid the annual fees, done the annual filings, you lose the protection that corporate law offers to you. And then it's a free-for-all. Every member is liable.
Allow me to interject that most ham radio clubs that I've got calls from in the last couple of decades fail to do any of the formalities. They file some stuff. They even have a corporate seal, which nonprofits, even if they're not 501, don't need to have anyway in most states. And they say, we're incorporated, go, here it is. Here's our certificate of incorporation or certificate of association, depending what state, they call it, same thing. And they don't do any of the formalities. And if you have a good lawyer on the other side, I have been in those cases. They say, well, we're going to dissolve all this and sue all your butts individually. And that is a problem. So I'm glad you mentioned that. But another question?
Our club has a set of officers. One of those officers is a trustee. Does he have specific roles and responsibilities to the club other than keeping up with our equipment? And from a legal perspective, is he more liable than some of the others because of his position?
May I start with that?
What's entrusted to him?
Yeah, that's right. It depends on what's meant by trustee. I think you mean the FCC trustee on the license. W3ABC trustee is whoever the licensed operator that's responsible. That does not affect liability. That's only FCC liability. And I've been involved in those too, as Riley Hollingsworth will tell you tomorrow. But not a trustee for the club unless that trustee also has responsibility for running the equipment. Like fire companies, volunteer fire companies have, president, secretary, but board of directors. They also have trustees that only worry about the equipment, specifically ownership or the real estate, they're on the deed and so forth. And that would be separate. And yeah, there probably would be some liability, but not, correct me if I'm wrong, if he's just the trustee on the FCC license. That's limited to just, say again?
He's both.
And how does he be both? Because there's some document that says that?
There's documents in our Constitution that say he is responsible for keeping up with the.
And that's different.
Yeah. There's only one problem with the situation that you're putting forward, and that is, believe it or not, a trustee must be the trustee for a trust. And if there's no trust, he may have the title trustee, but he has no obligations. Sorry, but trustees have to be in charge of a trust.
You love when lawyers do this. I would argue slightly differently. And I've done this for years with Fred over some very serious cases. We're on the same side, which is good because you can flesh this out. If it's not an actual trust, a deed of trust, or all the things that different states call them, in Massachusetts it's a different kind, but the documents we're talking about make the definition or say, I don't care what you call them, but John is the trustee, so he's in charge of real estate, making sure the safe, all the things that a trustee might do. I would argue that somebody's suing because somebody got hurt. That's a typical thing. He came to see the club, the fellow broke their back. I would still think that John needs a defense, that hypothetical John, because there'll be a factual argument about what he was, right? Yeah. He agrees. That's very rare.
There's a very technical thing where someone can be, and the phrase is, impressed with a trust. In other words, whether or not there's a trust, a court on a factual basis could decide that there is a trust, you just don't know it.
And that's, ladies and gentlemen, why they invented lawyers. You just saw it here. But you understand that once you have insurance that's effective for the claim, you don't have to worry about what we're worrying out here because the insurance companies, they always have their own lawyers. They don't hire people like us necessarily.
By the way, that's just a terrific question.
Yes, it is. And that's why you get us to talk for a few minutes here. But it is, you want to have insurance lawyers making these arguments against the bad guys that are suing you for whatever it is, not having to pay $300 an hour to your own lawyer. And by the way, I wanted to mention as volunteer counsel.
Works that cheap?
No.
Okay.
I work for beer. No. I wanted to say that as volunteer counsel, we're all part of the volunteer counsel corps. Just to step aside for a second, we don't get paid unless it's a separate thing where they want to engage us. We all, and I know I do this all the time, a couple of times a month I'll get a call from a ham. He doesn't know what to do, he or she. What should I do? What's this going to cost? Is this really a problem? You know, whether it's for an antenna or club liability. Most of us will spend some time on the phone. We can't represent you necessarily. But we'll answer questions. And sometimes that is, let's check, you have any insurance policies? Well, yeah, I don't think that does anything. It's not the ARRL. You know, we'll point you in the right direction. And sometimes you're having a good day because they'll cover, even if they cover with reservation. And I won't get into what that means. They'll say, well, we don't think, just for a second, we don't think this covers, but it might, and we don't want to get in trouble, so we'll pay your lawyer's fees, but we won't pay the damages in case you lose, because they don't want to have you sue them for other claims that you could file against an insurance company. Not stuff I handle, I know John does. Did that answer your question? Yeah, and it was a good question.
Yes, sir.
This is Dale Clift.
Because it won't cover. You want to answer that? It won't cover it.
It won't cover it. You and anyone in the club have to be very, very careful signing waivers.
Right.
That's the reason we're concerned that if Carl here goes out on a volunteer and signs an indemnity clause in a waiver, that he may have waived his own personal insurance. If he's acting on behalf of the club, he may have waived it. Once you get into signing documents that have legal consequences, maybe you need to first go to church and confess your sin. But the sin you need to commit is talk to a lawyer. I mean, we kind of like white rats, we kind of breed and get in.
We got a guy in the back who
get into trouble. But if you start looking to have the signed waivers, start talking to somebody who can answer the question. Yes, sir. That is correct.
Right.
You're saying that signing an indemnity agreement is not covered. It will be for your covered insurance.
Indemnity agreement be covered by insurance, your own insurance? I don't think so.
If you have an
Unless it
insurance,
says so.
yeah. if you sign an indemnity agreement with a third party, that doesn't answer your question. If you don't have any insurance coverage, then if you're liable under an indemnity clause, you would be liable. If you have insurance, it may protect you. It comes down to what your insurance coverage is before you sign the document.
So in the state of Michigan, it would ordinarily be an insured contract with the cover, even though you are indemnified.
I'm not familiar with the statute you're talking about in Michigan, but as a matter of practice, let me explain, because you might be right, and I'm not saying you aren't. But philosophically, an insurance carrier wants to know what the risk they take on for you. So, and they'll charge you accordingly. Now, if you turn around, and unless that insurance carrier will say, we'll cover your indemnification to this third party, and they know about it, oh, they'll charge you accordingly because they take on that risk. All right. All right, we'll take a look at that.
Next question.
Yeah, next
Any
question.
other questions? Yes, sir, over here. I didn't hear the question.
Let me just repeat the question, make sure we heard it. That if you get a request to sign some legal paperwork, and I'm summarizing here, is that does the league have a program to assist you in the analysis of that document? Did I accurately? Thumbs up. Okay. Because I get that all the time too. No, we don't have a program yet. I'm an advocate, and we really haven't placed this on the floor, so to speak, the boardroom, is to have more services available to all of you ARRL members, whether it's antennas or liability or other kinds of things. So we don't. Some of your volunteer council, however, will offer an informal, and I'll get you in a second, ma'am, will offer an opinion. Not a formal opinion, but the guys up here, I know I do, a couple times a month I'll get a call, and it's been more liability and stuff like this than antenna. I get a lot of HOA stuff too, but that's something different. Does that answer your question? We don't have it yet, but we'd like to, and sometimes you can. Okay? Ma'am?
I'd like you to be more proactive related to that. Find some examples where you can put them on your website that say, these are covered, these are not.
Well, but you could do a general article.
We can
Write an article on it.
Yeah, we can write. There are articles. I gave a talk. I've got a PowerPoint from a couple years ago that I gave here that's 20 or 30 that talk about that kind of stuff. But the problem with that is that, without going into a lot of details, every state's a little different. The gentleman in the back was talking about Michigan. I'm going to go look that up because I'm unfamiliar with it. But he might be right. And that's why we have different state laws. Now, as a general, what we call the majority view, lawyers are not educated on a particular state. They're educated to think like a lawyer. Then you go out and you look up stuff. That's how we work. We're not taught the law. We're taught how to analyze and think about the law. So our problem is that to have something so general, with federal law, it's one thing, like PRB 1 or the HOA statute. It'll be interpreted slightly differently in each state, but it's pretty much, you can give one opinion. For something like this, it'd be difficult for any lawyer to want to, every generalization is false. Let's put it that way. Yeah. We probably could do something like that.
Actually, I think
we could.
I think that we should convince a real estate agent who knows what his policies cover and do not cover, which is where it's a nationally offered kind of policy, might well be able to explain what is and what isn't.
You mean insurance agent?
Under the policy that he's aware of.
Yeah, I think he meant insurance agent.
I think there may be an RQST article that you're talking about that might be very useful. Thank you for the tip.
I think we're okay. How are you on time? We're good?
We're at 45.
Okay, we have a few more minutes, so here's your chance to talk to Sir.
Hi, yes. We could talk all day long about insurance, if ever a question. I'd like to get back to the HOA thing, which was part of our first.
Sure.
Go for it.
I imagine an act of Congress is what we're looking for.
We are.
But it seems like we tried it, and we keep failing. congressman introduced the bill last December with 2 days left in the legislative session.
Yes.
Which meant 2 days later, the bill is null and void again, as far as I know.
Correct.
And then nothing has happened since.
Wrong.
Okay, that could be. So, but I've called different congressmen, my own, plus the guy who introduced the bill, and they say, well, just give us a phone call. Don't write us any letters, just give us a phone call. It sounds like I don't know what to do.
Okay, let's deal with the filing of the bill. Turn this thing around. All right. I've got Congressman Hopengarten. I want him to support amateur radio. And I come to him and go, I have a piece of legislation. I want you to sign on to it and support it. What that means is he puts his name on it or votes for it. And if he votes for something that is stupid or wrong, it could adversely affect his election. So it falls in the category of buying a pig in a poke. He wants to know what the language in that bill is before he's going to commit. So when we filed the bill in December 22nd, if I remember correctly, and it was actually 5 days for the end of the session, that bill had been worked on for almost 3-4 years to get the language right. The fact that you want to file a bill that says A, B, or C is not that simple. You have to get the supporting congressman to agree to the language. You have to get the legislative council that reviews all bills to agree to it. You've got to look at the committee that's going to hear the bill and make certain they will support the bill. So, I mean, in the previous presentation we did, you look at passing legislation, it's like rolling a 100-pound stone up the hill. It's kind of difficult. So it takes a lot to get there. So when we filed the bill, 9670 is the HOA bill, when we filed at the end of the session, it was done very, very deliberately, because at that point we finally had agreement on the language. That language in our hands, we could then go and talk to Congressman Hopengarten, talk to Congressman Ritz over here, and go, here's the language. This is what we want you to support. Now, did the bill die? Yes, it did. But when we did that, we knew we were going to refile it in this session. Now, your next question is, why hasn't it been refiled, or why is nothing happening? When you start a new session, you've got new people on that committee that weren't there before. You've got new staffers. You have to bring everybody up to speed and get them to look at what the other guys knew and agreed with. Now you have to get them to the same place. Once they're all up to speed, now the question is, Charlie, are you going to support the bill? So you've got a stick in the ground, which is our stake in the ground, this case, the previous language, and you show them this is what we want. Can we get you to agree on it? Once you work through that, which is where we are now, the bill gets refiled. When the bill gets refiled, we think next week, maybe the week after, the only difference between what we filed back then and what will be filed is 3 words. Because someone had a question about 3 words. I could care less about 3 words. Fine, we'll give you 3 words. It says the same thing, does the same thing. Someone wanted to reword 1 sentence. We're good. But it takes time to do that. Nothing in Congress moves the way you think it does. I was going to give you an example. When he and I go to see a congressman, you want to know how much time we get to talk to staff? 15 minutes. If we want to talk longer than 15 minutes, we come back next week. So it's not that nothing has been happening. We've been working on it for, what are we, the 5th month? We've been working for 5 months with a new Congress. Now, here's the other fun part. I want to talk to you as a congressman or your staff about a bill. I can't do that if you're not there. If you look at their schedule, they're there for a week or 2 weeks and they're gone. And when they're gone, we can't talk to them. So it looks like nothing's happening, but we have been at a full court press with 2 lobbying firms since January 1st to get all this done. And if I didn't answer your question, we'll answer.
Boy, what congressman may be reintroducing the bill then?
The HOA bill is lead sponsor. I'm sorry. The lead sponsor for this session will be the lead sponsor for the last session. That's Bill Johnson out of Ohio. The Democrat lead sponsor is Joe Courtney out of Connecticut.
Which brings me to an answer to your question. Why file when the Congress is about to expire? The answer is we had Johnson lined up. He filed. We went to Courtney and said, will you back the bill? He said, well, I'm not going to back a bill I've never seen before. When Johnson filed it, we now had something to hand carry to Courtney and say, now you have a chance to see it. Will you back it in the next Congress? And when you talk about bringing new people up to speed, recall that the House actually changed leadership, which means the chief counsel for every committee went from a counsel to a Democrat, from counsel to a Republican. Staff had to be, all the staff changed over, the numbers, who's in the majority, who's in the minority changed over. It took us 5 months.
It'll be the same committee.
Same committee, but it all changed because the House changed hands.
Sure, okay.
And Nancy Pelosi is no longer the Speaker of the House. That's what it's all about. Yes, please.
I've been practicing for 23 years. I've sued State Farm numerous times. And I got to tell you, maybe I'm in the wrong state, but I've never seen one of their agents put anything in writing.
Oh, it's very hard.
Never.
I routinely try to get my clients who are applying for building permits to get a letter from an agent that says, if it falls over, you're covered. It's really hard.
Yes, it is.
In 40 years of practice, I've gotten 8 of those letters. And the only reason I think I got those 8 letters was, frankly, the client was such a good client to that agent that he didn't want to say no. And what he did was he wrote a letter which said, you are covered, colon, and then he actually just quoted the policy, not a word more. So you're absolutely right. This is really tough.
Yeah. When it comes to those policies, you think you're covered by State Farm, you better piecemeal every word in that policy.
Oh,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Part of what we're doing
I've done
is that we're working up to the underwriters for the companies. Because if the underwriter says this covers it, we're good. Local agents, you're right, it's difficult. But what we're talking about for the insurance committee, we're working up to the underwriters themselves to get them to sign off.
38. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Remember, when you go out the door, there'll be a lady there. She's going to give you our bill for this. Thank all of you for coming. Fred, you got any more? It's your session.
If anybody wants the 3rd edition of the book on antenna zoning, just come on up. Thank you, everybody.
Fred, how you doing? Good to see you again. Your job. You up and keep in touch on this type of stuff? Sure. Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. I really want to push this with our local, I mean, and the whole region. Okay, thanks, Fred. Good to see you again. All the heat should be complete, even if they're not affected. No. Yeah, okay. Sure. Well, I appreciate what you've meant, what you said to us, and I'll keep in touch. Okay. Appreciate everything. Thanks. Take a book.
There's 3 more. If it falls over and hurts somebody, you're covered.
Okay, what about
If it falls over and hits your neighbor's garage, you're covered. Well, you always get a policy in writing. The real question is whether the agent will interpret that policy for you, and the answer is no. They won't step away from the actual wording of the policy. Yes. Yes. I know you're going to hurt me on this question. Go ahead. The big one.
said that because my wife's an attorney and all her friends, obviously. Anytime they come over, it's always picking every little thing.
It's the way it works.
I know.
But that practice is here.
This address, with your request for that document, I will return it to you. Well, Monday or Thursday, just for the address for housing before you get here. So, yeah, so she's done well for herself. I would not want to be seeing being a leaseor in New York City. I'm looking to buy a new house, and every house I'm looking at, there's an apartment in it. It's like, yeah, we're not renting. This address will convert it to this Fred and address. And anyone else, I'm just volunteer counsel. Should have done it already. Sure. So I'm reviewing the site policy for the club I belong to. And what really gets me, that's a nice thing for you to say. For example, there's a rider that says club members are covered. It's not the ARA. They're covered as long as they're doing something under the supervision of the club. Well, does that mean? No, it's a way out. It's a way out.
He's club president, and he says this is our activity. Probably supervision. The next step is actually directed. It's not under active supervision. You're right, it's a state park.
It's an escape park. We have 150 uniforms. We're doing we got Fox Nights on Sundays. We got Hoda operations. We got equipment. It's like
policy.
And then the other issue that I thought about was a club member actually gets hurt. Now, if I remember it's only going to be like 30.
Policy will cover the club for the claim of the member.
For the claim of the member. See, I don't know if this policy I'm reviewing because it's sort of like, wait a minute, you're an insured and now the insured is having sued insured.
You're the driver.
Yeah.
I'm the family member. I'm the active chief. You do something stupid and have a rep.
Yeah.
Under most state law policies, I can sue you even though we're
the same family and under the same policy. Yeah, but the whole thing, it's like it's excuses. All right. Good. Hey, nice meeting you.
I think you thank you for the volunteer.
Sure. Read the book first. We're still trying to find the house. Same trip home. Well, wish you well with it. Thank you. Right, thank you. Be safe. Have a safe flight. Trying to remove my wife. That's right. process
Texas only, that makes more sense. That was where I'm testing, because in Indiana, counties are political subdivisions of the state, so it's the same thing. So I enjoyed the lecture, it was good.
Oh, it's a little on the rickety side.
So I had to hunt back and work out copper with the USB-C.
Don't. I don't need one. What? Yeah, I'm just clearing all kinds of stuff off where I plug it in, so. That's right. For your screen, can you make sure that your screen is 1080p for this output? So if you go out of it, and if you just go here and you go and you type in, yeah. So for the HDMI split, click on that. Okay, and the color profile. Okay, hertz. All right. I'm sorry.
Is that all good or not?
No, it's black.
It's black. I don't understand. What's the problem?
The live stream.
Ah, okay. I see. So you mean to try a different resolution or something?
Color profile. If you click on that, is there? Can you maybe just try selecting Adobe RGB?
It's supposed to be coming off of
Yep,
this?
yep.
And there's not something that's shut off or anything?
No, it doesn't really like other. That's okay. I would just
Will that change anything
just
or
do
not?
1080p, and we'll just have just audio for your live streams. We've been having a lot of trouble with anyone using the default laptop with the live stream. So
But that's 1080, right?
If you just click back on the Adobe and just go back to HDMI splitter.
It's going to be a refresh rate thing, right?
Possibly, if you click on the refresh rate, so if you scroll down and click on the hertz, I don't know. I would just leave it like it is, and it's on delay, so it'll take a minute for us to find out, but we must have terrible internet. Base. It'll be fine.
Okay.
I would just like to give it at least a shot. Alright, thanks. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, good afternoon. I'm Steve Hicks, N5AC, CTO at Flex Radio Systems, and this is the SDR forum. If that's not where you are, then not where you're supposed to be. You're in the wrong place. So what we're going to do today is follow our typical format, which is we'll have 2-3 speakers, and then we'll do a panel to ask questions. The objective of this forum is to help educate folks on the concepts in software-defined radio, why you care, how you use it, that sort of thing. So I'm going to roll through a short presentation on the different architectures of radios and what the benefits at a technology level of software-defined radio is. And then after that, Mike Walker is going to come up and talk about some applications and some of the benefits that you can derive out of software-defined radios. And if you guys have, it's a pretty small room, a pretty small number of people, so if you have questions while I'm rolling along, raise your hand and I'll try and take them during the deal. And if that doesn't work, then we'll catch them at the end. All right, so for this conversation, I kind of like to start and talk about kind of the genesis of what radio is and how radio is put together from a design perspective to help you understand the benefits in a software-defined radio. So, you know, this is kind of what your radio looks like, right? You got an antenna on it, microphone, some kind of volume control, speaker on it, you know, that kind of thing. And then you got some box here that does a bunch of radio magic sort of stuff. And so what we're going to do is look into that. And we're going to look at each of the common radio architectures. The most common that's on the market today, excluding ham radio now, is a super heterodyne radio. And so we'll talk a little bit about what that is. It's also known as a superhet or multi-conversion. And I'll show you what that is, why it was developed, and why you care. There's only a few radios around that use it. The primary reason is it has some drawbacks to it, which I'll explain. And then there's direct sampling. And so direct sampling is fairly new to the amateur world. We introduced a direct sampling HF radio in 2012, which is now 11 years ago. But since we did that, a number of other manufacturers have picked up
direct sampling and started using it. It was slow. It existed in the military market long before the amateur radio market, maybe a decade or more, but it didn't make it to the amateur radio market because we have a very high requirement for high dynamic range, which means that the strongest and the weakest signal you can hear at the same time are separated quite a bit in terms of power level. So an example of that would be if you're at a field day site and you got a transmitter that's, the guy sitting on your right, that's producing a very strong signal, and you're trying to pick out a guy out of the noise that's a DX entity or something like that. And most of the time in other radio situations, those are not the conditions that you operate radio under. If you're listening to FM broadcast or whatever else, they've decided, okay, this is the area they're going to listen in. We're going to make sure you have plenty of power, so therefore we're going to use a 50 kilowatt transmitter or whatever else. So it is a little bit of an unusual requirement in the ham radio world. And so the belief was that you could not make as good a radio with the direct sampling architecture as you could with superhet, and that kind of drove nobody building a direct sampling radio in ham radio for a while. And so we'll show that and talk about what that is. So inside this Radio Magic box, this is what a typical kind of radio looks like. There's a local oscillator here that you tune with your tuning knob that decides what frequency you're on. It gets mixed with the signal that's coming in from your antenna, and that produces 4 outputs. You get the local oscillator frequency, you get the antenna, and then you get the sum and the difference of those. And depending on whether it's what we call up conversion or down conversion, what you want is the difference, and that ends up, we try and get that down at what we call baseband, a low frequency, where we then put it through an IF amplifier, demodulate it, run it out a speaker, through an audio amp, that sort of thing. So this is a very typical way to do this. This is a multi-conversion radio. I grabbed this from a particular radio that's been on the market for a long time. It operates the first LOs at 64 megahertz, then it steps down to an intermediate one at 455 kilohertz, and then ultimately spits out what's essentially an audio baseband frequency that's 36 kilohertz wide, and then all the receiver operations are done in that. Demodulation, noise blanking, noise rejection, all that's done in a fairly low-end processor at that slow speed. And so this is a very common way of doing it. The superhet concept was invented in 1918 by Edwin Armstrong, and it's existed even before we had transistor radios. So this is a Collins KWM2 schematic or block diagram, and if you look on this, there's our first mixer, which is a 6U8A tube. I don't know what that is. I'm going to say I'm too young to know what that is. There's a second mixer receiver tube, a 6.8N8, and then here's your IF amplifier. So very common. If we look at an IC7800 built in 2004, here's your first mixer, here's your IF amp, there's your second mixer, here's an Elecraft K3 or K3S, there's your first mixer, there's your IF amplifier, second mixer. So very, very common. So why do we have all these superhet radios? Why is everybody building radios this way? Well, they're very easy to build. The electronics aren't very complicated. They give pretty good performance. Because they've been around a long time, most engineers and customers understand this architecture and can work with it, and they're fairly inexpensive to build. The hardware to do it is not very expensive, and so, it's a good way to do it. There are some issues, though. One of them is that with each mixer stage, a mixer is inherently a nonlinear device. And we want everything in our radio to be linear because that preserves what's coming into the radio. And every opportunity that you have something nonlinear in the radio, you add distortion, and you want to minimize that. So the companies that build superhet radios, when they do this mixing, they try and minimize that distortion, but you can't completely minimize it or reduce it to nothing. And so consequently, we have at each one of these mixer stages, there's some distortion that creeps in. And so this is an old quote from ICOM, says, don't believe me. Well, this is my quote. Don't believe me. This is what ICOM said. They went from a triple conversion, which I just showed you, to a double conversion. So they reduced one layer of that. And they said when compared to a typical triple conversion system, double conversion is more difficult to implement, but dramatically reduces signal distortion and provides high fidelity RF to the DSP, blah, blah, blah. This presentation I wrote shortly after the introduction of the IC7300, which is a direct sampling radio, which came out after Flex Radio's direct sampling radio. And it says IC 7300 employs RF direct sampling, where RF signals are directly converted to digital data, then processed in an FPGA, which we'll talk about in a minute, making it possible to simplify the circuit construction as well as reduce noise that can mask weak signals. So everybody that's an engineer in this world knows that this happens, and so we would love to not make superhet radios if we could. So I want to take a little diversion now and talk about direct conversion. There's not really very many things out here that use it, but I want to talk about it and explain why it might be used. So in a superhet receiver, if you're trying to listen to something at 14 megahertz, what you do is you put your LO like right next to that. So you might be at 14.005 and mix that down directly down to audio in one mix. The problem with this is that it's difficult to reject the images that come in from the opposite sideband, and so you'll end up with a situation where there might be a guy that's 80 dB out of the noise, that's 5 kilohertz upper sideband, and then he'll show up at 20 dB out of the noise on lower sideband, but that won't really be him. It'll be an artifact caused by this problem. And the reason that this occurs is because you can't completely balance the mixer and get all the analog properties out of it. And it's very typical for a direct conversion system to produce images that are 40 or 60 dB down from a signal that you hear. So if you're copying a guy that's 20 dB out of the noise, it doesn't matter because his image is going to be way down in the noise. But if you're copying a very strong signal, there's going to be a copy of him somewhere else in the band, and you might tune around and find that copy and try and work him. And that's not going to be very beneficial for you. So we built all of our first radios that we built 20 years ago, the SDR 1000, Flex 5000, Flex 3000, Flex 1500. These were all direct conversion radios. The KX3 is also, incidentally. In our radios, we built some software that does a balancing of the analog components in the digital realm to try and eliminate any of these images. And it works very, very well, very close to the carrier and very close to the center of your operating frequency. The further out you get, it doesn't work quite as well. But it still made a great radio. You can talk to people that have any one of these radios that we made, and they'll tell you they're great radios. So we did get around the problem, but we had to do it with some fancy software. So on either one of these architectures, if you want a second receiver, how do you do that, right? So there's lots of reasons to have a second receiver. You might want to watch another band or operate a single operator or two receiver, whatever. So what you would do is you'd make a complete extra chain of these RF components. You make another mixer, another filter, another IF amp, another local oscillator. And in this picture, everything I have here that's yellow is an analog component, and the green is done in digital or software. So by adding this whole extra analog chain of components, I have to add twice the money here to go put all these components in there. And you'll notice if you look at radios that use superhet and do this, sometimes you'll buy one that says it is the second receiver is just as good as the first, but that's not common. What's more common is to find out that the second receiver is somehow or another not built as good as the primary receiver because it's costly to do that. So if we come back and talk about, in radio world, what are we trying to do? One of the key things is we're trying to remove distortion. It's a bad thing to have. You want to get rid of as much of it as you can so you hear clean signals. We want to improve the performance of the radio, give you the best thing that you can for operating. We would like flexibility in the radio to change or add features over time. Our company was founded on that principle, so you can go change out the radio software and add new capabilities. We'd like to do noise mitigation and other things. So what can we do about all that? Well, if you go back and look at this radio, you've got all these analog components in here, and the question is there a way to do a radio where you don't have any of that? Can we get rid of the mixer, the superhet mixers or the direct conversion mixers, and make a radio out of it? The answer to that question is yes, and this is called direct sampling. And so what we do in direct sampling is instead of taking the entire spectrum, taking a swath of it using a mixer, and then producing audio out of that where we can then go listen to it and demodulate it, we actually digitize the entire spectrum first, and then once we do that, we put our local oscillator and our mixer and all that inside a software component, And at that point, we can build a software component where any artifacts created in it are well below the noise, and you add no distortion. So this architecture creates the best receiver that's possible. And the initial concern was that you couldn't get the dynamic range out of the ADC, but we proved this wrong in 2012 when we built the Flex 6700. It turned out to be a better radio and shot to the top of the Sherwood receiver chart and all that kind of stuff. So this is now considered to be the best way to build a radio. So why is everything that you buy today not one of these? Well, there's a reason for that, so let's talk about that. If you look at this analog radio, we're going to pretend that there's one or more mixers here. So this could be direct conversion or superhead or whatever. Eventually, we get down here to an analog to digital converter that converts it into bits where you can do the DSP noise reduction, noise blanking, demodulation, all that. And in a typical direct conversion receiver, that audio coming out of the ADC might be at, we showed one that was 36 kilohertz data, but it might be up to 192 or something like that. Kilohertz of data at, let's say it's even 64 bits, that's only 12 megabits a second worth of data to process. And you can readily buy processors off the shelf that will do this and do what you need. And so if you go open up your superhet receiver and you go find this ADC and look what happens after it, you'll find something like a Analog Devices Shark processor or some other kind of little DSP processor that's not very expensive. They're 20, 30 bucks, and they can do all this stuff. So this is in the direct conversion world. So 12 megabits, by the way, is, you remember these old cards that you used to put in your PC to run 10 megabit? I mean, it's that kind of stuff. Let's look at direct sampling, though. If you want to do direct sampling, let's say you want to do direct sampling of HF all the way up to 6 meters. So you want to go essentially from 0 all the way up to 54 megahertz. There's a thing called the Nyquist criterion that says you have to sample at least twice that fast. So you got to sample at least 100 megahertz. And so here's a typical example where we're going to say, okay, we're going to put in 125 megahertz. We want to receive up to that. So we run our converter at 250 million samples a second. Those samples would typically be 16 bits. Well, that's 4 gigabits a second worth of data. That's a lot of data. And so just to give you an idea about that, if you have a 100 megabit network at your home, that's 40 of those cables full of data. If you use a 1 gigabit network at home, it's 4 cables completely full of data. This is not something that you can go process in an off-the-shelf microprocessor that you can buy for 20, 30 bucks. You just can't do it. But it does have some advantages. One of them is that if you want to go add a second receiver, all you have to do is add more processing power and go add another receiver. And because each of these receivers are all in math, they're all in software, they're all just as good as the last one. So if you build your single analog chain and you build it well and you reduce distortion there, you have your ADC, you could put 20 receivers on the back end and they all have the same performance as that first receiver. So we mentioned this minimizes distortion, which we talked about, gives you the best signal clarity. You can put as many receivers, spectrum displays, waterfalls, whatever you want based on the amount of power that you have. You do get extremely high dynamic range out of this, which we proved, which allows you to operate in bad conditions where you have really strong signals next to weak signals you're trying to receive. But you also get reprogrammability. So if today somebody says, well, I want 4 receivers, and we put those in there, and later somebody says, well, I don't want those 4 receivers, I want them wider bandwidth, or I want them on different frequencies, or I want more receivers, or anything like that, we can go up to update the software and add those things, which is something that we regularly do in our radios. Why doesn't everybody build them? They're very technically challenging to design, and the engineering team that does this is completely different. If you look at a superhet receiver, what you need are guys that know analog electronics, buy analog mixers, bias things, put filtering, analog filtering, all kinds of stuff like that. In the direct sampling world, in order to process stuff, you typically use what we call a field programmable gate array. It's a completely different set of engineering skills. The high-level concepts on what you do are identical, but all the engineering skills to do it are very different. I mentioned here what analog or ICOM says about this. We employ an RF direct sampling system directly converted to digital data and processed in an FPGA. This system is a leading technology marking epic and amateur radio. We couldn't agree more. So this is really the future of ham radio. When you buy receivers from this point forward, yes, you will still find some that are superhet. You're going to find superhet talkies for a while, but eventually everything will probably be direct sampling. And the main thing keeping everybody from being there today is the complexity of the design and the cost, but all that stuff will come down over time. So again, in summary, Superhead is old and outdated. It doesn't provide the performance and features that you can get out of a radio today. Direct conversion is better than that, but it has some limitations. Direct sampling really is the best performance today, and it has the most features and capabilities moving forward, and everybody really should be doing that. There are analogs for each of these things on the transmitting side. So on the transmitting side, instead of direct sampling, we have what's called direct up conversion. So there are things you do on the transmitter side that are pretty much identical to this. Any questions about any of this stuff? Curiosities, things I didn't cover? Half the audience is asleep. And yeah.
So when you're sampling at twice or more than the RF frequency, there's some, say you're doing sideband or some kind of something related to amplifiers. Isn't there still some audio distortion results from that relatively low sampling compared to maybe 4 times?
Yeah, so the question is there, do you get any distortion from sampling only at twice the rate versus sampling at 4, 6, or 8, or whatever times the rate that you could? The answer to that is no. There's a thing called the Nyquist criterion, which you can look up, and it says if you sample it at 2 times the frequency or better, you can completely reproduce what you sampled. So that's just kind of the way it is. If you think about not to get too esoteric here, but if you think about a square wave at 50 megahertz or something like that, that's not really a 50 megahertz signal, right? Because it's a square wave and it has a rapid rise time. It also has harmonics that are at 3, 5, 7, 9 times that. So you'd have to sample, you know, at not at 100 megahertz, but maybe a gigahertz to completely capture that and reproduce a square wave. But the signals that we produce and put on the air are not square waves, they're sine waves, right? We have a sine wave carrier that has phase and amplitude perturbations on it that represent our signal, and those can be completely represented by sampling at twice the fundamental carrier frequency. Other questions? Yeah.
So before you're sampling point, you still need some RF amplifiers and filtering to
Yeah. Yeah, great question. So he says you still need RF amplifiers and some filtering before you do the sampling. Yeah, so there's a thing in the radio world called noise figure, and it says the amount of noise that's in the components that you use, and you want to make sure that the noise figure of what you're using is below what you're trying to receive so that you don't add noise to what you're trying to receive as well. And so if you think about operating on 6 meters, you need something around a, let's call it 8 to 10 dB noise figure in order to listen to 6 meters. And that's because there's not a lot of atmospheric noise on that band. If you're on 160 meters, your noise figure can be 40 dB or something horrible. A typical direct conversion analog to digital converter that would be at your receiver, so that's this device here that's at the antenna that says ADC, that device will have a noise figure of something around, let's say 24 to 28 dB is probably pretty typical. And so if you remember I said at 6 meters you need something like 8 to 10. So it's not good enough. So what you have to do is you put an LNA or a low noise amplifier in front of that ADC that lowers the noise figure. And once you've done that and it has amplification in it, it eliminates that as a problem. It essentially raises the level of the signal above where the noise floor is in the converter, and you don't have the noise problem anymore. You also may want to do filtering in front of this. And so if you're, let's say you're at a multi-band contest operation, there's a guy on 80 meters that's transmitting, and you're trying to listen on 40 meters, if his signal going into your radio exceeds the voltage level of either your low noise amplifier or your analog to digital converter, if you don't filter him out, you'll overload the front end of your radio. And so filtering can help you with that. So it's very typical to put band filtering in the radio. So as you switch bands, 80, 40, 15, 20, whatever, we put a filter on there that allows that specific band through, but attenuates the other bands. And we might attenuate them 10, 20, 30, whatever dB. A very typical band-to-band attenuation is 25 dB, and we have in our Flex 6600, we put 50 dB filters in there. We call them contest filters so that you can really get rid of those other signals. So both of those things are things that are very typical to put in front of the analog digital converter. If you do not put a filter in there, you can receive the entire HF band or whatever you're sampling, but you still have to put what he called a Nyquist filter, which is a common thing, and it reduces, you have to limit what goes into the A to D converter to the half of the sampling frequency and no more. Otherwise, what will happen is, let's say you're sampling at 100 megahertz and you're listening up to 50. If somebody transmits on 60 megahertz, which is 10 megahertz above 50, they will also show up at 10 megahertz below. And the deal is that if you look at the individual points in the sampling, they will be identical for those two signals, and the radio can't tell them apart. So it doesn't know whether a 60 megahertz signal is a 40 megahertz signal or vice versa. So you get what's called aliasing. So signals in one band of interest show up in the other band. So to get rid of those, we put what's called a Nyquist filter, and it has to be at least half of the frequency and no more than that you're sampling at. So again, if you're sampling at 100, your Nyquist filter has to cut things off at least at 50 megahertz. Other questions? Yeah.
So since your radio has a large software component, can I do something like a different visual modulation? Is that user accessible or a different audio codec?
Yeah, so the question is, since we do have software configurability in the radio, can somebody, anybody other than us, go change the software in the radio? So for us, for Flex Radio, we have what's called a waveform API, which allows you to write your own modulation scheme and put it into the radio. And I'll probably let Michael talk first, but if we have extra time at the end, I can actually show you what that looks like. But the short answer is, when somebody goes to transmit, and let's say it's a voice mode, when somebody goes to transmit and talk in the microphone, we will digitize that audio and provide it to the waveform, which then can turn it into whatever the on-air representation is. So an example of that might be FreeDV, if you've ever used that. FreeDV uses a codec to turn the voice into symbols, and then uses a modem to turn the symbols into data patterns, audio patterns on the air. If you ever listen to 14.213, I think, you can see this carrier with some other subcarriers on it. That's FreeDV. And so, we have this mode running in our radio, and it runs through this waveform API. So you can go create your own waveform if you want in our radio. Other questions? All right, so I'm going to have Michael come up, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about applications, and then we'll take some more questions. All right, we'll stack another PC on top. We'll see what the podium will take.
It'll give us more processing power.
Yeah, there you go. You need a
those.
A dongle. Ready?
Yep. And we'll see if this works first time. Oh. Hang on. Yay.
You want to do...
Yes, we get there trying to connect. Everything's in the cloud. Only take a second. How is everybody today? All awake? Sort of? So I'm going to go to the other end of the spectrum while I pause here and get my hotspot to connect. So Steve was in the weeds. I'm going to go on top of the grass. And we're going to talk about where, at a very high level, where we would see this feature. I'm going to, trying to connect, going to talk at it and show you some valid user examples of the advantages of filtering, things we can do today. Now, it doesn't look a lot different than maybe what we've done in the superhit world. Still trying to connect. No, it's just being grumpy. And we'll hit presenter view, see if it works first time on the right screen. And it didn't. Where is it? I went through this earlier today. Then I called Steve up and magically fixed it myself. Oh, that was yesterday. Yeah. It's hidden in a slide. It's faster in a... Yeah, bring it up and forward. Anyway, well, Steve's doing that for me. Don't chart me. That's not what I want. Keep trying.
Where did it go?
So Steve talks about all the stuff as we get through the whole software defined. And one of the key things he showed there that I really love is the fact that we want more receivers, we just create them in software. So then we could take things where we have two of those ADCs and do things like diversity, the ability just to use two different receivers at the same time. And I'm just going to show you a couple of user examples. I'm going to use Flex Radio Smart SDR to show it because obviously I know it well, but in some cases it also, you can do it in other, HD SDR or whatever device you have, or SDR play device. And are you winning?
I'm close. I have to swap the primary, so.
There you go. Et cetera, et cetera. So I apologize for the Flex style commercial, but the point being is that you can make it function with other products as well.
Okay, I don't know
The advantage of that.
I don't know what browser you're in, so I don't know how to get there. So.
Is that it? I can't see. So SDR form, so it's that one. Hit present. Kill that.
I don't know where present is in this, so.
Okay, leave it with me. I've had this Mac problem before.
Well, I can go back and mirror them if you want to do that.
Yeah, go back to mirror. Sorry.
Okay, all right.
It's only a few slides in audio. So let's talk about, where do I start? In the olden world, I'll play my first slide. In the superhet world, you bought a radio. Sometimes it had slots for filters.
There you go.
You'd go out and buy filters for the radio. And they weren't inexpensive. They were about, they could be, $100 a filter type of thing. And we use all these things for QRM elimination, QRN elimination. Anybody know the difference of N and M? Noise and man-made, right? And then we use it to improve signal intelligibility for sideband CW, maybe even digital modes. And we also may have played with some audio shaping. And so these filter bandwidths were generally incredibly hard-coded. We got what we got. The quality of mechanical filters varied from, maybe we had an icon filter. It said it was 2.3 kilohertz wide for sideband, but it didn't sound really good, but you threw a Collins in, or Fox Tango, or et cetera, right? And they were expensive. And you had to guess. We certainly didn't have the internet back then. We had maybe some forums, or buddies had them. And sometimes they weren't consistent. Anybody doesn't know what the term Q means? A shape factor. So in a perfect world, which we can now do in the software world, is the Q of a filter. And if we look at a graph, I should have pulled out a graph, but a Q of 1, which is ideally perfect, but not always what we want to hear, has a top and fairly square sides, and Steve's going to correct me if I'm wrong. And as the Q number goes higher, it sometimes flattens out or widens out, which means that we hear more splatter from the cross-adjacent station. And I'm not a big CW operator. CW operators, how many of you used IF shift in your radio? I thought it was a big marketing toy. Did it work? Were you happy with it? Sort of worked. Does it work? It is an additional tool in the toolbox, and many people probably weren't even taught how to use it correctly. So on a legacy superhet radios, we also had the advantage in CW to use things like audio peak filtering. We still have that today. Tunable notch filters, which was a very, anybody actually ever tune out, unless you were running a net and a heterodyne came up, you just couldn't get to it fast enough because it was either too narrow or too wide, took out too much of the QSO. And not only that, it was the notch filter on a superhet was always offset from the VFO frequency. So if you spun the VFO, the notch went with you. Now in software-defined radio, as Steve discussed, it's now more mainstream than ever. We're seeing 7300, 7610, Elecraft K4, hybrids from Yaesu, Flex Radio 6000 series, and more, and we're going to see more. We're seeing the overseas radios come in with direct sampling. They're easy to do and hard to do well. So this is a screenshot I took now. It's a smart SDR from a Flex radio, and Steve had talked about multiple different receivers, and in this case we're working some DX, Charlie Yankee 0 Sierra, on 160 meters. And I have the advantage of looking at a pan adapter and a waterfall. I didn't show the waterfall, but does my mouse work? Yeah. So I'm actually receiving his CW here at 1821060. I've added a second receiver on a different antenna, and I've got headphones on. And I have a main antenna in my left ear and a beverage antenna in my right ear. And I have this beautiful 3D effect going on in my head. Now, while I was told by one of my Elmers back 100 years ago that the brain is a powerful digital signal processing tool, and it is, and you have to exercise it, but you can really do some cool things with your brain. But to listen to the signal dance around in my head, and it isn't always strongest on the biggest antenna. And I've run contests like CQ Worldwide on 80 meters on a Saturday night with a really bacon-frying noise floor, usually after a big solar storm, and had decided to call it quits. Forgot I was on this radio, which was a Flex 6600, said, crap, I got diversity. So I turned on diversity on 80, and then proceeded to work 400 contacts over the next 5 hours, when I thought the band was truly, I wasn't going to survive. And sometimes the loudest signal was louder in different ears. And sometimes it varied from ear to ear in the same QSO. Very powerful. In this case, the operator is running split, and little side benefit, big side benefit is the fact over here on the right, is I can see where other people are calling him and know immediately where to put my transmitter. And this is a visual tool that's so powerful. And if you've ever worked contests on a non-pan adapter waterfall radio in CW, such as working a big D expedition in CW, if you weren't using a skimmer or a similar tool, you were guessing where to transmit, unless you got lucky. And you'd be there for an hour, call sign. Just hitting F1, right? F1, F1. So this is the things we look forward to in the new radios. And I've really become, I can't use a radio without a waterfall anymore. It's just, I have to see it. And again, also then, for our new hams, what a great teaching tool as well. But if you never get a chance to try diversity, you need to give it a shot. So now we get what we call true brick wall filtering. I forgot what AGC pumping was. And I came down, I live in Toronto, I drove down, I threw the 7100 in the car, the ICOM. So not a bad mobile radio. And I'm listening to some net and going, what's all that noise? And it was a guy up 5 kilohertz on 40, and he was flattering and a little bit. But I've never noticed it in so long that I forgot that the importance of, or the benefit of AGC pumping is pretty much gone. And it's amazing. We now have truly variable bandwidth with brick wall filters, which was always this great term. We're going to give you a brick wall filter, but we're doing it at the RF level, not the AF level. We can now move the band edges of the filter. Say we just want to slide in a little bit or slide out one side. And something I do all the time in a contest or even in regular rag chewing. I might be, my high pass filter might be sitting up around 3200 hertz. And decide some guy comes up there, he's a little bit noisy for me, I just drag it down. So I'm going to try, hopefully we have audio on this, we'll show you something called, we start to now take all this science and throw it into wideband noise blankers, and we get radios that are future-proof, meaning that you can still have an old radio that does current new tricks. And this is simply how it looks. We see this is a static display, but we have a signal here and these beautiful signals up and down beside and very clean bandwidth in between. And we're also seeing, thanks to SDR technology, much cleaner transmitted signals. And Flex Radio is part of the Clear Signal Initiative, is the right term, which is going to be a big deal. We focused so much on the transmitter, on the receiver quality for so long that now we're starting to focus on the transmit quality. And say this guy was a little closer. You know what it's like trying to find signals during Dayton to make a demonstration? There's nobody on the air. And so this was last night, and I'm trying to find couple of signals really close. And the hash line that you see there is actually a company called a tracking notch filter. And say this is some QSO right beside me, or maybe I'm sitting here on 7213 and I'm a net controller. I could put tracking notch filters on each side of me, widen them out, and hopefully help reduce any QRM that often happens to net controllers that are splattering. Not net controller splattering, but just, adjacent QSOs, maybe 4KCs away, and they're splattering into your main thing, and the ability to hear and eliminate some noise. Or if you're an AM broadcast person, you want 20 kilohertz wide filters and not hear the DRM, et cetera, they're there. And again, pretty much any SDR receiver can do this today. And that's a nice slide, Mike. All right, see if this plays. It does. Does it play very loud? Oh yeah, this is gonna be a cool trick. I'm definitely tired. We may not be able to play this loud enough. Anyway, if you watch closely, I'm going to play, and you can sort of hear it out of one of the speakers. I'm just going to play with the bandwidths at this weak SIG-W signal. It's not very strong. And I'm actually going to go in at up to 50 hertz wide. Normally, you couldn't pull that off without hearing ringing. And again, apologize that it's not that loud. Probably something that didn't work correctly. Here we go. Is there a mic gain? Okay. So we'll stop there, but you can even probably hear that at the back of the room if it was quiet enough. But for those at the front, you'll attribute there's no ringing there, there's just less noise. And that's because, I have to defer to Steve because I keep forgetting, we have two different types of filters we use. They are FIR and IR, and which ones don't ring? FIR filters do not ring. And every once in a while you get some old traditional radio. This is a slide Steve used last night. And the person on 14247, if you've never seen a waterfall, blue is generally your noise floor and red's really strong. And in this case, this gentleman right here, he's just splattering a little bit. And I hate to say it, it was a net controller. And if you talk to him, and I don't know who he is, and I don't remember the call sign, and I'm not going to throw him under the bus, and maybe he does it on purpose to force people away. Okay, so this isn't going to play very well, so we'll just skip this slide. But in something that Flex Radio has called a wideband noise blanker with this repetitive power line arcing noise, we're actually able to take, green is all signal here, and you can sort of see that it's just totally overlaying and louder than any other signal in the band. Yet when we turn it on, most of the signal goes away, most of the offending noise goes away, that we can actually copy a QSO. We still hear the offending power line noise in the background, but this is, if you turned your radio on one night about 8 o'clock and wanted to get on, this was on 80, and all of a sudden you just heard S9, you're just going to turn it off and go back and have a beer somewhere. In this case, it would allow you to continue operating. Not perfect, but certainly not bad. And that's sort of a highlight of the advantage of SDR, and we're going to see more. It's going to get better. This has been going on for, I don't know, well, since Flex forever now, but now more and more mainstream, and you'll see more and more radios doing it. Any questions on that? Sir? Can I say something? You have to come to dinner tonight. No, I can't hear. Fair enough. Any other questions? Steve, anything I missed on that?
So we had a question about the waveform API. We could show that. If folks want to, if we're kind of done with other questions, we could show, some stuff that's coming out if that's of interest.
Okay. You need this.
Let me look this guy here. Any other questions before we do that stuff? All right, let me find.
And while Steve's, I'll fill in, the advantage of the technology too is we're now able to make the royal we, the manufacturers, can make better radios at less cost. How many people in here, this is a trick question, how many people in here don't own an SDR radio? You're lying. How many people don't own a cell phone? An SDR radio. You know, and that's, you know, otherwise we'd still be carrying around a bag phone. Right? You can't just all carrying around our bag phone and picking up the, so, and it truly is getting better. I'm fortunate to get to see some of the stuff these guys are doing. And in Flex's case as well, and so the military parts of the world are now understanding that HF is a really good thing because they don't have to trust the satellite to actually work. And it's becoming their, can I safely say, their plan B? Plan A, maybe in some cases?
Yeah.
So it's all going to be different.
Yeah, here we go.
Do I need to stall, Mark?
No, you're good.
I can't dance.
Let's see, play. Yeah. Okay, so anything any modulation scheme that you want to use is technically a waveform, and then the radio, your radio is going to come with a number of these: FM, AM, sideband, CW, whatever else. But there's a lot of other ones that are out there. You guys may have heard of Codec 2. You've probably heard of D-Star. System Fusion is an example. Frankly, PSK31, radio, all that kind of stuff are waveforms as well. And so this kind of describes what we have. We have an open source wrapper, which you can go, if you're interested in creating waveform, download this. You can do development on a PC, and your PC program can tell your Flex radio that I have a new waveform. And then when you go click to check AM, FM, whatever else, your waveform name, whatever you've called it, will show up there. You can select it and then run that through the radio. And eventually deploy it in the radio if you want to do that. But this is what that would look like. This is what we would do on receive. We would take IQ in from the receiver. You do your demodulation process, whatever it is, and spit out audio or data or whatever the result of that is. On transmit, you'd take audio from the microphone or data from a data port or something like that, do the modulation, and spit it back out as in-phase and quadrature data, which would then be put on the air. There's also a module for transmit control. So like, for example, you might have a waveform. There's a concept in military radio called last-ditch voice. And the idea is that if you can't get a voice communication through, but you still need to tell somebody something, you might key your microphone and say, I've got to tell you this important message, and that might take 3 or 4 seconds and release, but then that might be converted into a waveform that looks like FT8 that takes a minute to transmit, but can be received well below the noise floor. And so in this case, what your waveform would do when you press the PTT, the waveform starts recording but doesn't enable the transmitter. It records that data. When you release it, it converts it into the waveform and keys the transmitter and transmits for the duration of that and then lets go. So that's why you have a transmit control block. And then you have registration, which is the system that allows the radio to know that you're there. This is an example with data. Instead of microphone audio and speaker audio, you'd have data that you'd send in and out of it. So this is a capability that we've had in the radio now for, I don't know, probably 6 years, 7 years, something like that. And the military is making wide use of it because it's a way for them to create new waveforms very quickly and respond to threats. We have one in the radio which we've done that's D-Star, and we also have another example that's Codec 2 or FreeDV that you could go try out. Anything else folks want to know about while we're here? Questions? Yep.
ADCs. Have ADCs been constant and steady for the last few years, or are there exciting things coming in ADCs?
This is a great question. So the question was, what's going on in the world of analog to digital converters? Are they getting better, or are there exciting things going on? So we have briefings once or twice a year from the major ADC companies where we get their engineers and salespeople in, tell us what they have, and look at what's new on the market. The interesting thing is that volume is what you might expect. Volume is what drives the market. And the volume in these kind of components for radio is in what market? cellular telephone. And so it's cellular telephone, and it's higher frequency wireless, 3G, 4G, 5G, that kind of thing, data wireless. And so those things are occurring at higher frequencies. And so the ADC companies, from what we've seen, are focusing on those areas. And when we ask them, are you going to build a higher performance data converter that works in, HF or low VHF or anything like that, the answer is predominantly no. There are some things that are happening, like as an example, for doing direction finding and things, you need to, and for MIMO, you want to slave multiple analog digital converters together. That capability is getting better. It used to be you had to do all that stuff yourself, and it was difficult. Now there's techniques for doing it better. The LVDS parts, which is the signal that comes out of them, low voltage digital signaling, those parts are often now coming with synchronization capabilities. And then there's a standard called JESD 204B that is a synchronization standard that's a serial standard, and it has that built into it. So there's stuff like that, but there's not what I would consider massive performance improvements. We did when we built a radio for the Air Force, we started the design about 3-4 years ago, and we did a resurvey, and the components had not changed much from when we built our radio in 2012. And that radio got designed in 2010. So I would say in 10 years, only a few dB difference in the converter capabilities. So not a lot there. Most of I think what you'll see in capabilities are going to come in reduction in price and movement of the capabilities to lower and lower market points and things like that, and more enhanced software capabilities. Other questions? Yep.
Are you looking at going up in the bands?
Is Flex Radio going to go up in bands? If I have anything to say about it, yes. But I don't know when, don't know what yet. It's something we very much want to do, but we got our hands full with a lot of things right now, so don't know. Other questions? Yeah.
Noise from the PCs, is it still a problem, or is it not a problem now?
The question is noise from a PC a problem? Not that I've seen. Our radios are, the ones we make and sell today are self-contained. They're well shielded, and you can have a noisy PC in the room. It's not a problem. The thing that does affect our radios is if you put a very inexpensive power supply on the radio that has a lot of noise, that noise will make it into the radio, and that can cause problems. So don't buy ultra cheap power supplies, buy good power supplies. But other than that, I think you're fine. Yeah, the question is, with all the things going on in AI, ML, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, are we going to see any of that kind of stuff creep into the radio as the technology gets better? There have been a lot of things that have happened over the last decade in that world that have really increased the accessibility. If any of you have interest in that kind of technology, you can go out and get Python and TensorFlow, start building models and doing all kinds of really advanced things in the AI ML world. So I have little doubt that a lot of that stuff's going to show up in the radio world. There's all kinds of applications of it. You could do things like figure out what kind of signals are on the band. Today we look at something and we go, oh, that's a PSK31 signal, but new hams don't know that. They look at it and they don't know what those squiggly lines are, so we can do things like that, identify what's in the band. We could do things that detect propagation anomalies, and there's all kinds of stuff that could be done. The key, if you've messed with any machine learning stuff, one of the things you figure out pretty quick about it is that you do develop an algorithm for how the machine learning works, but then you have to train it, and you have to give it samples of things and tell them, what I'm showing you is this, and that is this characteristic. What I'm showing you is this, and this is the characteristic. And you have to go through a lot of training in order to get the model to accurately predict what it's seeing, with whatever stimulus you're giving it. And the training exercise is complicated and time-consuming. Think about if we wanted to go take a machine learning algorithm and teach it about all kinds of on-air signals and have it identify those, we'd have to capture a whole bunch of those, feed it to them, and train it on that, even in the presence of other signals and noise, and have it figure out what's going on. So the training's complicated, but I have a little doubt that we're going to see more and more of that, because it's become very, very approachable in what you can do. Yeah, the question is, are there things that you can do in the very low frequency signal bands using SDR techniques, I assume, to go help you with the noise levels and things like that? Yes, there are. If you look at modes like FT8, they do things like long-term integration. They do things like synchronization against a time standard. All of those things help you to pull out signals because they know things about other things that were used to create signal. It's done at a certain time, or the integration allows you to look at a period for a long time and pull out more and more information out of it. So there's a lot of techniques like that that can be used. I've not spent a lot of time on the VLF bands myself to really know, what the issues are there, but there's certainly DSP techniques that can help you there. How many people in here are operating on what is it, 137, and what's the other, I don't know, 630 meters, and which is, I guess, 137 kilohertz or something, and there's one at 595 kilohertz or something. Anybody operating on those bands? Yeah, they're not getting a lot of use yet, but other questions? Going once? Going twice? Sold. All right, thank you all for coming. Appreciate it.